Okay, we'll call the Municipal Council meeting of the District of Lunenburg on Tuesday, March 11th to order, and acknowledge that we are in Mi'kma'ki, the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Are there any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions this morning? I would like to acknowledge three people who are in the gallery today, and they were campaigning with me, and they are here as young folks. Maggie and Philip Bird are sitting in the gallery, and they go to Newcomville School, and they were with me for part of my campaign for mayor, and they wanted to come and see what it was like to be mayor and to see what I actually did on a day-to-day basis. So I want to welcome them to council this morning. And they're here with their mom, Connie Bird, and they live in Wildville next door to me. Councillor Oiko.
Yes, I need to declare a conflict of interest on item, I'm not sure where it is. Oh, 11.2.1.
Thank you. Anything else? Yes, Councillor Vino.
Just wondering, in interest of those that are in our gallery today that are here to hear about our cluster development, if we could move that item up, 11.2.1, to the beginning of the agenda package. Thank you.
You moving that as a motion to do that? We can, I can take it now if you'd like.
Yes, just a suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah, that would
All
be
right.
great.
Do have Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Sorry, as I had my hand up for the acknowledgement section, so if you don't mind, can I make a quick acknowledgement?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that went into the International Women's Day event that happened on Sunday. Our mayor spoke at that event as well, so thank you to Second Story Women's Center, Harbour House, Be the Peace, and Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, and if I'm missing anybody else, them as well. It was an excellent and thought-provoking event.
Thank you. We do have a proclamation this morning, whereas each day 1 in 10 Canadians learn that their kidneys have failed, and this number is on the rise with 45% of new kidney patients under the age of 65. Their survival will depend on dialysis treatments or a kidney transplant. In 2023, kidney disease was the 10th leading cause of death in Canada. Whereas the Kidney Foundation of Canada is the only national health charity serving the needs of people living with kidney disease through funding research, educational and emotional support programs, promotes access to high-quality health care, and actively promoting awareness of and commitment to kidney health and organ donation. Whereas March 13th, 2025 is World Kidney Day, the Kidney Foundation Atlantic Branch aims to raise awareness of the importance of our kidneys to our overall health and to reduce the frequency and impact of kidney disease and its associated health problems. Therefore, I, Elspeth McLean-Weil, Mayor of the Municipality of the District of Lunenburg, do hereby proclaim March 13th, 2025 be World Kidney Day. And we will have a flag raising for this, to commemorate this event at 1 o'clock today. Is there anyone here for public input on parts of the agenda other than cluster development and the budget? Because we will allow for a budget discussion later in our meeting. Not seeing anyone. Could we have a motion to approve the agenda? Maybe Councillor Vino, you'd like to do that.
Certainly. I'll put a motion on the floor to approve the agenda with the change of moving item 11.2.1 up to the beginning of the agenda, and I so move.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Brooks. All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We have minutes from the special council meeting of February the 27th, 2025. Are there any errors or omissions or corrections to be made? Not hearing any, I'll declare the minutes approved as circulated. We'll now move to Planning and Development 11.2.1, which is second reading on the proposed amendments to the municipal planning strategy and land use bylaw regarding cluster development. Mr. Shepherd, are you leading us on this?
My colleague Ella is here. She just provided an overview of the cluster development process and what the regulations were contained in first reading. So I don't believe that an overview of that again is necessary, but what she can do is just provide a bit of an overview about what council's next steps could look like and some options for consideration. So there's just a couple of slides here that she can outline.
There are 4 options for council to consider. The first one will be to approve the amendment and conduct second reading. The other option is to make a non-substantive change and approve the amendments, or refuse the amendments. And lastly, defer a decision, and council has 150 days window from the date of first reading to make a decision. And a possible reason to defer could be that council requires more information or need more time to consider input from the public hearing. And if council chooses to direct staff to provide additional information, there are a few things that council needs to consider. Firstly, you should not discuss cluster regulations with anyone, as they can only consider you can only consider feedback heard from the public hearing. Secondly, direction to staff. It needs a motion from council, and council can only make non-substantive amendments. And if they do require substantive amendments, it will require council to conduct a first reading again. So those are the options. And if council decide not to conduct second reading today, those are the other motions that are on the table.
Okay, we will open it for discussion at this point. Councillor Bino?
Would you like discussion before the motion is put on the floor? Or would you like to have some discussion first?
We probably need, because we have a number of motions, we probably need a discussion before in order to pick the motion that best captures the discussion.
Absolutely.
Typically, I would want to have a motion, but at this point, I think we need a discussion to see where council feels they need to go at this point. So I
Okay.
appreciate that.
I'll hold putting a motion on the floor. I'm not going to reiterate too many points that I have over the last 2 years since this item first came forward to council. As one resident put it, it's time to get to the finish line. This has been talked about for 2+ years, and as many have said, this isn't about preventing development, it's providing some oversight. Now, with that being said, I wanted to speak to, I'll call it the William Hebb Road property, and looking to staff to find out with that particular property, is there an exemption that could be put in place? Because it sounds like they were given some information from us, and if that is the fault of us, I think there should be some consideration with that particular property only.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, through the mayor. So without getting into what those options may be, there certainly are options that staff could take back to council for consideration with respect to the all of the requests that were made during the public presentation. But before that, I think it's important that council consider that staff should have caught this development and brought it to council's attention during the deliberations of cluster development. A councillor specifically asked whether there were any projects that they should be aware of, that council should be aware of, that could be impacted by cluster development. And as you heard from the presenter, they have been dealing with municipal staff since late 2023 or early 2024, and councillors may recall the cluster development land use bylaw was at the Planning Advisory Committee in October 23. So for almost the entire time that the council has been deliberating this matter, this development has been proceeding. And although there has been some challenges with communication, the developer has acted in the way that we would expect a developer to act. They engage with council, or they engage with staff, they engage professionals to assist them. They explored the opportunity of public water from the Public Service Commission. They've explored CMHC options for affordable housing. They have a design that accommodates multiple residents, from seniors to those that need accessible units to student housing. It's in an area of the municipality that is outside of Osprey Village. So it could be high-density development in an area where we don't have high-density development, and it's off a municipally owned road. So it checks off almost all of the boxes that we would want to see for high-density development. And because we weren't aware of it, and because the majority of the focus on the cluster development land use bylaw was on phase development condominiums, which were the impetus for the discussion, we actually didn't create any grandfathering clause that would permit non-phase development condominium cluster developments any possibility for the extension. So when the presenters were indicating that during the gap, they had to have all of the building permits, so all of the work done for each of the buildings, that's the only way the gap could work for them, because there's nothing in the bylaw that would permit it. So in essence, they had to fully design and have approved building permits for every unit, every building, and that was the only way they could have been successful. There was no ability to phase it in, because a phase-in approach would have brought them within the bylaw. So there was a comment from one of the speakers about leveling the playing field. We now know that we inadvertently skewered the playing field by creating a quote-unquote grandfathering clause for phase development condominiums to allow them time to work through what they have to work through with respect to their corporate structures and some infrastructure. But we didn't create anything similar for just a pure cluster development. And I think that had this development been brought to council's attention, which is a failure of staff, council would have turned their mind to it and would likely have created something similar, which would have allowed cluster development to have a similar approach to phase development. My recommendation would be for council to defer this to get a staff report and to come back second council meeting in April. As far as process, first reading has been done. The bylaw would still remain in effect. Failure to go to second reading today doesn't negate the bylaw. We still have the 150-day window. And so council could defer, direct staff to take into account what was said, bring it back the second council of April with options, and then at that point, council could properly consider the various options that are identified by staff and make an informed decision at that point.
Thank you, Tom, for that background to it. Councillor Vino, are you look a little puzzled, but are you okay with?
I'm happy to know that if this does go until April, regulations are still in place. I was worried the conversation would be to drop this completely. Then I would have done a 360. But regulations are still in place until we can address how we can help this particular project on William Head Road.
Yes, so we would, if council directed, we would bring back a report and recommendation with options for the second council meeting in April. At that point, council would make a decision on whether or not to adopt the options or just continue forward with second reading. Depending on upon what options council looked to approve, would have to make a determination whether it's a substantial amendment or not. But that discussion would happen at the second council meeting in April. And I'm not suggesting the first council meeting in April because that's our budget day.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. With deferring this, I know that it was mentioned about the one project, but would this also come back as options for the second presenter that spoke today of needing an extension? Would that?
Thank you, Mayor. So through the chair, we would bring back a report and recommendation based on everything that was said today. So we wouldn't limit it to just the two developers, but we would take into consideration comments by the other, I believe, two two speakers, and take all of that into consideration, bring back a report and recommendation on how to proceed.
And then, may I? And then at that time, we can make a decision whether we want to just extend for a couple of ones that kind of, things didn't happen just right?
Yeah, so at that point, there'd be a staff report with, including options. Council would have to deliberate on whether or not to continue with the bylaw as drafted, or to make any level of accommodation in any matter that was brought before council. And once that decision is made, then the question becomes, is it a substantive amendment or not?
Right.
And if it is, there's a path forward, and if it isn't, there's a different path forward.
Okay.
But certainly not suggesting to abandon the cluster development land use
No,
bylaw.
but, yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Vino.
So if we move this till April, is there a possibility that staff would come back and recommend that the December 2025 timeline for the registration with Bearland condominiums gets pushed out? And I bring that up because that was a date that was much further away than originally proposed, but it was a compromise of staff at that time to go with that timeline.
So through the chair, trying not to predetermine what the options report might be, but conceivably that was a request, so that would likely be something that's included for council to consider. But there's a whole host of items. I know one of the presenters made the point that I believe the phrase was, "There's no bad actors here today, but there are bad actors that may be waiting in the weeds," to paraphrase a little bit. So there is an option for council to do site-specific exemptions, which would only open a window for a particular PID, which would be a way to forestall any other potential people from taking advantage of any, we're calling them grandfather clauses, but it's really non-conforming use provisions. So we can go general or very specific, but there would be a series of options that council could consider given the comments that were made at the public hearing, which council is required to consider as part of the adoption at second reading.
And I have a follow-up unless you want to come back. Go ahead. How do I put this? Can we pass second reading today and give that exemption to the William Hebb Road property? Is that an option to do that today?
I would suggest that introducing that amendment at this time, without the staff report, would be unwise, and that it would likely be a substantive amendment, which would require you to return to first reading.
Councillor Smith, and then Councillor DeLong.
Just a procedural question, not talking about the regulations. If it's deferred, is that my understanding from the slide that we saw? What are the rules around what the time in between? And I will say that I'm definitely in favor of deferring at this moment.
Yep.
I need more time.
Yeah, so, and I'll let Reed correct me if I can, but we have experienced this before. In the time between the public hearing and council deliberation, you are not to consider external comments or information that are provided to you on the subject matter. Although the staff report that comes back is something you could consider. So you have to shield yourself, if we could put it that way, from any attempt to influence your decision one way or the other in the period between the public hearing and the council consideration. That's one of the reasons we try to have public hearing followed by council and decision, so that there's no real opportunity. But I believe in this cluster, no, maybe it was coastal development, it was one of the two, where there was a gap between the public hearing and council consideration, where we had to specifically advise council members, don't engage in any discussion on this. You have to sort of close the doors to that. So that caution would have to be reinforced.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. So I guess my concern here is that if we're putting another hold on this until April, that's already into the construction season, and that just throws further uncertainty into an already uncertain process. It's already difficult enough for the developers who are trying to navigate this, and I don't think I have a question here. I think it's just a comment that I really feel that we have inconvenienced a lot of people here.
So there is a council meeting on the 25th? Is that right? Yes. And there is a council meeting on March 25th. Council could direct us to return by that date. I have no idea how much challenge that would be for staff to do, given that we are in budget deliberations. But if that's council's direction, then that's when we'll return with the report and recommendation. I suggested the April date to allow for more staff time and consideration, and after budget. But if it has to be if you want it in 2 weeks, then Elle's telling me she can have it done in 2 weeks.
Councillor Hubley.
I don't think I really have I just have a comment. This letter that was just circulated, dated January 10th, regarding the William Hebb Road, it states in the last paragraph, however, by early 2025, the municipality is required to implement municipal-wide zoning controls. So that tells me that there was knowledge. That's something that we were doing the cluster development planning and
So that references the modl 2040. It's municipal-wide land use planning. It's
still planning.
and I think the point, as I had made earlier, was that this project should have been flagged and brought to council's attention during the cluster development deliberations. And it was a failure on staff's part not to bring it forward. And when the council member asked if there were any other projects that could be influenced, and the staff response was no, we now know, and it's very obvious, that this particular project was discussed from late 2023 to today. So for a full year, as we worked through cluster development, and I would also like to point out, in case the members of the public aren't aware, the cluster development land use bylaw did not follow the typical path for bylaw adoption. In addition to the material that Ella provided in her presentation, which showed the timeline, there was another first reading scheduled for February 27th, I believe, which was paused February 26th when the province announced the abandonment of the Coastal Protection Act and the new plan from the province, because we were moving cluster development and coastal regulations together at the same time, and they were both scheduled for first reading the day after the province announced that. And then that was paused and then picked up again later. So it's not the typical way that a bylaw is brought forward. It started and stopped and started and then lapsed and then started again. I'm not so much asking council to focus on who said what and who was correct. It's more there's a clearly identified issue where this should have been flagged. It should have been brought to council's attention. Council should have been given the opportunity to turn its mind to whether it wanted to provide some kind of grandfathering clause for cluster development the same way it did for phase development condominiums, because we didn't do that. But we were also under the impression that there was nothing out there to be caught. And I think that's the larger, more important point.
Councillor Reinhardt, and then I'm going to make a suggestion.
If there is an exemption made for a specific site or general, what does that mean exactly? Does that mean that there is no development agreement, or, because that seems to be the main focus of the cluster development regulations, is the development can continue. There's just this extra layer of protection and regulation in between. So, yeah, that was my question. So they would not need the development agreement then?
Yeah, when those types of regulations are written, it would basically, depending on what the regulation is in that section, say, this may not pertain to a certain property in mind. That's one way of approaching it. So if you were to look at, a bylaw as a whole, and going forward when we have minimum planning and things like that, certain regulations themselves would be not pertain to a particular property. That doesn't exempt them from other regulations down the road, but so it would call out a property like that. Similarly, the non-conforming section that references to bare land condominiums kind of calls out that type of development and exempts it. That type of provision could also speak to individual properties as well.
Councillor Vino.
Tom, can you listen as you walk? Yes. I'll just give him a second to get back to his chair. So I'm going to go back to the last point I made, and while it's not a recommendation, I want to know if it's possible to put this motion on the floor with an exception only to the property on William Hebb Road. Is that a possibility? That's my first question.
You certainly could amend the land use bylaw to include for an exemption, but I believe that would be considered a substantive amendment, which would require you to return to first reading. So you would have to schedule you'd have to start over, schedule a first reading with proper notice that would have to be put into the newspaper.
Okay. And one other question, if I put the motion on the floor as it says now, and it's defeated, where does that leave us? If it's defeated, does it stay in first reading until it comes back later, or is it completely?
Sorry, are you talking about the motion to proceed to have second reading today?
Yes.
If it's defeated?
Yes.
The bylaw's defeated.
Okay.
If I can speak to this, just listening around the table, I feel there is a sense that people need a bit more time to consider what has been presented by the developers and the public today as part of this conversation. And I think Councillor Vino has outlined what the risks are in making a decision today, and I don't think we want to do that. So my sense would be, Ella, if you can just put up the motion about deferring, I'm going to suggest that we that we present the motion on deferring this decision to March 25th meeting. So we're doing this as quickly as we can, and staff have agreed to meet our deadline, and we appreciate that very much, given that we are in the midst of a lot of other decision-making, but I think we recognize the timing of this. So if, Councillor Vino, can I ask you to present this, please? Thank you.
Yes, I will make the motion, and with respect to residents in my area, I'm not willing to see this die, so this is the only option that is really in front of us right now. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council defer second reading of the new cluster development regulations amendments to the municipal planning strategy and municipal-wide land use bylaw to allow staff to bring back options for exemptions to the regulations for lands located on the William Hebb Road, Headville, and Trunk 10 Cookville that were discussed at the public hearing on March 11th, 2025, and I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Brooks. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Reinhardt.
I have another question. So if some of these projects proceed without following the development agreement, do you have any concerns about anything that might be missed that is addressed in those regulations?
I think we need to do that process of the analysis and bring back that report, and that would give us the time to really look at that option. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Vino.
The motion does not mention the March 25th council meeting, and I want to make sure that that date is in place, that this comes back in 2 weeks.
We'll ensure that that's included in the motion. Counselor Bell.
On the motion that's on our screen, and as it was read, it says the William Weil Road. It is the William Hebb Road. It's not Wildville, it's Concrawl Bank, Hebbville.
We'll correct that, and thank you for that, Counselor Bell, because that's a really important distinction. Is there any further discussion on the motion? We've changed the name of the road to the William Hebb Road in Hebbville, and we have added March 25th as the return date for consideration on this. All those in favor, raise their hands, please. Those opposed, and Councillor DeLong is in favor, so the motion has passed unanimously.
We are going to make a motion to recess for 3 minutes.
We'll take a 3-minute break while some people may want to leave, and we will resume in 3 minutes.
Give me your phone. You're going home. No, I'm okay. No, you're going home. No, you're going home. You're going home. Give me your phone.
We will resume our meeting. Thank you. Do we have any, do we have anything in business arising from the minutes? I look at our deputy CAO who tracks what things we need to be following up on from our previous meeting.
Yes, thank you to the chair. This was a special council meeting, which were the minutes that were approved. We did receive public input. It was in relation to the budget. And so council I know has been diligent in paying attention to what those comments are, and staff, where there have been individual comments, we are following up to ensure that those residents get the information that they've requested.
Thank you. We will move along then to the awarding of tenders. Elena, thank you, Director of Finance.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I am pleased to present a tender award for our general insurance. So in December of 2024, the municipality partnered with a joint RFP for general insurance, which was led by the MJSB. It had been 5 years since we had jointly sought a proposal for insurance, so it was time to test the market again. All the partners were experiencing increased costs, and so it was a good time to test it. Even though it was a joint RFP, each unit is to award their own contract. So the RFP closed in January with 3 submissions: BFL Canada, Arthur J. Gallagher Canada, and Marsh Canada. We had a management consultant, a risk management consultant hired who, Sigma Risk, who evaluated the proposals and scored the insurance program portion of our evaluation. That was worth 20 points. The remainder of the evaluation criteria included 5 points for the executive summary, highlighting key areas of expertise, 15 points for qualifications, 15 points for references, 10 points for service approach, and 30 points for pricing. Staff from each unit evaluated the individual proposals, and the IT director from the MJSB evaluated the cyber proposals for all of us. So our current insurance policies expire in October. However, staff are recommending awarding the new contract effective April the 1st. So there's a table here in the report that talks about all the scoring for all of the different sections that I just talked about. So the points were kind of close, but Arthur J. Gallagher did score 92.2. Behind them was Marsh Canada and then BFL. The pricing was quite significant in the differential. So we couldn't ignore the fact that even though BFL, who is our current insurer, we have a good experience with them, the pricing differential was more. It certainly made sense that we should be looking to change. So Arthur J. Gallagher had the highest points, and so they had a significant lower price as well. So we do know that changing insurance companies won't have a big effect. We do have to pay a fee to change over to get us to April 1st. So there are some penalties in that. However, it's still going to be a lower cost, and we've already anticipated those costs in the budget documents that we've been reviewing thus far. So as per our procurement policy, council must award any contracts over $25,000. And if council awards today, then we'll contact the insurance companies and get the process rolling. Thank you.
Okay, could we have the motion put on the floor, and then we'll, any discussion or questions could follow? Could someone propose the motion? Councillor Brooks?
To Mayor McLean Weil and members of the council, I move that municipal council award the RFP 2024-004 General Insurance MJSB to Arthur J. Gallagher Canada, effective April 1, 2025, in the amount of $587,498, with the exception of cyber insurance policy, which will remain at the BFL Risk and Insurance Services, Inc. I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Burns. Is there discussion? Questions? Councillor Reinhardt.
Thanks. I was just wondering what the actual penalty would be in a dollar amount.
Well, it's 10%, so it's about $34,000, I think, is what I calculated. But just to get it moved to April 1st and to move us on to the lower cost, especially over the course of the contract, it certainly made financial sense for us to go this way.
All those in favor of, sorry, Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, thank you very much. Where we would be staying with BFL for the cyber insurance, there's no issue with having insurance from 2 different providers, is there? It there's no simplification by having just one?
Through to the chair, it certainly would be probably easier if we had one insurer that did everything. However, Arthur J. Gallagher did not quote on cyber insurance. And so we know that's a very important thing for us to have in the times that we have. And BFL has been covering us with cyber. So we just thought we would continue with that policy.
Councillor Brooks.
Just on that cyber, were you able to get in any other tenders or any other bids on that specific component?
Through to Councillor Brooks, no, we were not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor of adopting the motion as presented signify by raising their hands. All those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Who's doing the Mr. Merrill, you're next with the e-permit system and the award of an RFP for e-permit.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. On behalf of the Regional Inspection Service partners, so that's Town of Bridgewater, Town of Lunenburg, and the Region of Queens, MODL issued a request for proposals for e-permit cloud-based system. This is for the permitting system for building permits, fire inspections, dangerous unsightly. It will also include the services that planning departments in the 4 municipalities do, including subdivision and development permitting. It's important to note that the system, as part of this implementation, this will standardize the permit process across all 4 municipalities. We received 3 proposals, and there was an evaluation team that consisted of staff from each of the 4 municipal units, and as well as the IT services from the Joint Service Board. The group also had 3 live demonstrations of the products that were being proposed. The team scored those products, and Camino by Clarity received the highest technical score of 60.2. Camino by Clarity also had the lowest implementation price, being $71,900, and they received the highest total score of 75.2. The budget implications, this is in the municipality's capital budget. There is $150,000 allocated towards this project. It's important to note that MODL will also incur some existing software, get the data out of that software into the new one. So there is some additional cost for that. But for this one, the committee is recommending Camino by Clarity. Provides the best value for the 4 municipalities, and received the highest overall score and is the lowest implementation cost.
All right, would someone propose the motion, and then we can have questions and discussion? Councillor Oikel.
To Mayor McLean Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council award RFP 2024-2005-404 e-permit system to Camino by Clarity in the amount of $71,900 plus HST, and I so move.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Brooks. Questions and discussion? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Mr. Merrill, this is the software package. This can go on as many tablets that MODL and our partners have. Is there a limitation? And then there will be an annual renewal fee then for the software license?
Yeah. So there's unlimited users in this, so this will also be a public-facing software, so folks can 40 annual maintenance. That wouldn't be this year. That would be your year one after your implementation, but there is an annual fee for that.
Councillor Oikel and then Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. So the 71,900, is that being shared between all the municipalities that are on the e-permit system? And also, are they having to also pass this as well?
Yes, it's being shared, so that's the total cost. We're the lead unit, so it all comes through us. But we have an agreement that has our cost-sharing agreement. So yes, that gets broken up and shared by our regional partners. And your second question, can you repeat that again?
Certainly. Was whether or not this motion also has to be approved by the other councillors?
Yes.
Other councils?
So no, this, it does not have to be approved by the other councils. It's, the municipality is the lead, and if you approve it, we will move forward.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Where is the data being stored for all these companies? Is it different in any of the companies?
For all three vendors, all data is stored completely within Canada. That was one of the main criteria that we had.
Yeah, I thought so. Thank you.
Just a quick question on the implementation. So if we approve this today, is there a target date for when this would be in use? And how does that line up with, our proposed changes with all our planning documents and development processes that we're working on? If you just want to speak to that.
Right. So we do have a current system in place, although it's not a regional system, and there are some issues with that. But this system, Camino by Clarity, they have a 12-month implementation window, so there will be, over the next 12 months, the regional team will be implementing this and putting this in place. And the quickest timeline, I think, was 5 to 8 months for one of the other systems, but one of the other systems, you couldn't customize it and automate things as much as you can with this system. So
it's probably a year?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It will be a good 8 to 12 months to put this in place.
Other questions? Okay. All those in favor of the awarding of the e-permit system to Camino by Clarity signify by raising their hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We will go to, I think we have a presentation from the Kidney Foundation, and we would welcome you to come forward to do that. We just ask that you introduce yourselves, and sorry I didn't get a chance to meet you when we had a little break, so I appreciate if you could introduce yourself. Just hang on, we're going to make sure we've got you wired in for the presentation.
We just have to figure out the technical difficulties here.
There's always some. It was just being used on another laptop. So.
Okay.
And is that the advanced clicker?
No, just
going to use my thing here. Okay.
Just give it a second. Here we go.
Okay, can you hear me now? Great. Good morning, Mayor McLean Weil and council members. My name is Kim Hickman. I am a board member with the Kidney Foundation of Canada. With me today is Marlene Dory. She is the Major Gifts Officer, and we are delighted to be here. This is Kidney Month, and any opportunity we have to come and speak to people about the Kidney Foundation and the wonderful things that we're doing here, especially in Atlantic Canada. I am involved in the Kidney Foundation. I donated my kidney to my brother 10 years ago. I'm from Newfoundland. I live in Wolfville now. And we were a perfect match. And my brother is doing amazing things in the world because he had a kidney transplant. And I'm very passionate about being a donor and educating people on what it's like to be a donor. So today we're just going to kind of give you an overview of what we've been doing in the Atlantic branch and tell you a little bit about us. For 60 years, the Kidney Foundation of Canada has been the voice for kidney patients. The foundation stands behind all those affected by kidney disease by championing systemic changes in the healthcare system and increasing public awareness of kidney health and organ donation. We are alleviating the burden of kidney disease. Our vision, the Kidney Foundation of Canada is committed to achieving excellent kidney health, optimal quality of life, and a cure for kidney disease. The Kidney Foundation of Canada is the national volunteer organization committed to eliminating the burden of kidney. Oh, sorry, I got multiple jobs here. Sorry, advance, okay. So just some recent stats, because stats kind of make it a little more clear. 1 in 10 Canadians are affected by kidney disease. 1 in 3 in the Aboriginal community are affected by kidney disease. The leading cause of kidney disease is diabetes. 46 of new patients are over 65. Recent new stats show 9,000 plus Nova Scotians are living with kidney disease. 50 plus are on a transplant list, and 900 plus are on dialysis. So what do we do? Our programs and services. We have a peer support program. It addresses the emotional challenges of kidney disease and supports the overall health of the kidney community. Peer support has seen growth in Atlantic Canada in the past 2 years. Through online support groups, we have been able to reach the kidney community in urban and rural areas. It overcomes the barrier in assessing transportation to in-person meetings. We offer short-term...
Do you want to advance your slides?
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I got too many jobs. Okay, have I gone too far? I'm so sorry. Okay. All right, back to the short-term financial assistance. Short-term and emergency financial assistance is available to qualifying residents of the Atlantic province to cover medical and other expenses associated with kidney disease and its treatment. Expenses may include travel, food, prescriptions, dental care, hotel costs, etc. People living with kidney failure face severe financial challenges. Dialysis patients devote a significant portion of their time and financial resources to treatment. Average kidney patient on dialysis spends approximately 13.5 hours receiving treatment each week. Many often are unable to work and rely on income assistance or disability pensions. Patients needing assistance are referred to renal social workers. 90% of patients receiving our assistance live on an income of $30,000 or less, and 45% with $15,000 income. So, our programs and services. Kidney health resources. We provide educational materials to people with kidney disease, hospital dialysis units, and the public. Materials are provided free of charge to anyone living with kidney disease. These include our kidney patient manuals, such as Living with Kidney Disease. In addition, we offer a broad selection of print materials, a comprehensive website, and a full suite of web-based services. Our unit partner outreach. This program, we meet, provide information, and build relationships with doctors, nurses, social workers at each of the dialysis units. We will provide lunch and learn information sessions that explain the full suite of programs and information the Kidney Foundation provides for our shared community. We also offer an update on research package which highlights recent projects with an emphasis on current projects taking place here in Atlantic Canada. We also have a Mental Health 101 virtual library. To help ease the life of people living with kidney disease and their families, we developed our Mental Health 101 virtual library. The library shows access to short, informative presentations delivered in collaboration with Canadian health professionals of different backgrounds and specializations. Library Increase Awareness offers support and empowers the individual to understand the relationship behind mental health and chronic disease. Our Kidney Community Kitchen. It's free and easy to use. The Kidney Community Kitchen makes food and cooking easy and fun for a population that have many foods off limits, and includes a dietitian-approved and kidney-friendly recipes, meal planner like the Canadian Nutrition File that tracks vital nutrients. You can submit your recipes to be reviewed by dietitians and added to a virtual cookbook. You can ask nutritional questions to qualified dietitians, and we have a diabetic exchange amounts good for people monitoring diabetic and renal diets. Camp Latsawata, I love that name. Every year, the Kidney Foundation provides funding for children and youth ages 8 to 17 living with kidney disease to attend a week-long residential camp. Every detail from renal-friendly meals to needed medical Camp Latsawata at Brigadoon Village gives children living with kidney disease in Atlantic Canada the opportunity to experience summer camp in a safe environment. Most importantly, it gives a child a chance to simply be a child, to be with friends who share their experiences. Camp Latsawata allows children and youth who battle a life-threatening chronic disease to have experiences no child should miss: campfires, canoeing, sing-alongs, friends, fine arts, drama, and swimming. It is a week where they are not different and they are one of the crowd. We have many fundraising events. One of our greatest ones that we've been doing is called the Farm to Table event. This is an evening at the farm at South Cove. It will be Thursday, September 18th, and we celebrate the 3rd annual Farm to Table dinner. This major fundraising event supports the Kidney Foundation's dedication to kidney health and enhancing the lives of Nova Scotians living with chronic kidney disease. This evening promises not only to a delectable dining experience, but also the chance to support a vital cause, helping the Kidney Foundation improve kidney health and care for those affected by chronic kidney disease. We have other fundraising events. We have kidney walks in 5 communities in Nova Scotia. Closest events to the Lunenburg County are Halifax and Kings County Walk, and we are supported significantly by the United Way of Lunenburg County. So just a few little, I guess, snapshots. Our advocacy, we need to present, of course, the kidney community. As we said, 1 in 10 Canadians have kidney disease. Even in its early stages, people diagnosed with kidney disease experience profound changes to their physical, financial, and mental well-being. In many cases, they need multiple medications to help manage their condition, and strict dietary and fluid restrictions may be required. If kidney disease progresses to kidney failure, they will need one of 2 life-sustaining treatments: dialysis or a kidney transplant. Almost 62% of kidney failure in Canada are on dialysis, and 38 have a functioning transplant. Today, more than 1 million Canadians are being treated for kidney failure. Over 9,000 in Nova Scotia. Over 900 are on dialysis. We have 4 renal units. We have 1 in Yarmouth, Halifax Infirmary, Bayers Lake, and Sydney. We have 3 satellite units: Kentville, Liverpool, and New Glasgow. In 2027, we have a new proposed satellite units, hopefully in Spring Hill, Evanston, and South Shore Memorial Hospital. So, I'm sorry, I hope I haven't got these. Just want to let you know the impact that this has on people with kidney disease. The economic impact of chronic kidney disease is substantial and growing. I'll abbreviate CKD, chronic kidney disease, is particularly costs the Canadian healthcare system approximately $40 billion annually. Dialysis is particularly costly at approximately $100,000 per person per year and one of the most expensive long-term treatments available in modern medicine. Early intervention has the potential to save the healthcare system over $3.6 billion per year in dialysis costs alone. Economic burden of ongoing treatment of chronic kidney disease is compounded by the additional health and social supports required by those living with the condition. The physical toll of dialysis often removes people from workforce, leading to income loss and economic instability. This drives many below Canada's low-income cutoff and puts them in need of social assistance. People living with kidney disease are also more frequently hospitalized and very often have comorbidities that require treatment. Together, these factors and others result in both increased system costs and reduced potential on the part of patients and caregivers to contribute to economic gain. So our 3 pillars of advocacy: enhancing access to early kidney disease detection and treatment. So we do screening, education, treatment initiatives for the at-risk population, improving data collection and monitoring, expanding the Canadian chronic disease surveillance system to include the monitoring of kidney disease at all stages, alongside diabetes and cardiovascular disease. Increasing funding for kidney disease research. We're allocating additional resources for research focusing on new and innovative approaches to the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of kidney disease. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time today, and have a great day.
Anyone have questions to ask? We will be raising a flag at 1 o'clock today, so will be a sign to the community of a recognition of the day, and thank you for this. I just want to mention that I had no idea the number of hours involved in dialysis, that those that are on dialysis, how much time it actually takes. And I had reason this summer to visit a hospital pretty regularly and met a lot of dialysis patients, and I was staggered by how disruptive it is to their life. And so, yeah, thank you.
And in this area, you have to add to that time that they spend the travel.
Oh.
My voice is loud enough, but you have to understand people in this.
Well, you need to use the mic, please, because we're recording.
Oh, okay. You have to understand people right now in this community and in Lunenburg County do have to travel. And that's 3 or 4 times a week. It doesn't matter what the weather is. Tracy told me a great story about her and her husband, Thomas, and their trip into dialysis during a snowstorm. So in addition to the time that they spend in the actual chair, they have an hour or 2 hours because they have to go to Liverpool, they have to go to Kentville. Thank God we have Bears Lake because before if they went to Halifax, they had to go downtown through the traffic to the Halifax Infirmary. It'll be wonderful when the South Shore Memorial Hospital does have their renovations done, because I believe that they're going to have beds there as well. So we'll be excited about that, and certainly, with the 2 satellite units that are going to be built and hopefully up in 2027.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you're here today, and I so wish that I could be there with you. But yeah, I just did really quickly want to mention that Thomas is going to be there for the kidney flag raising. He is a kidney recipient, so our family knows what it is to live with kidney disease, kidney failure, dialysis, and transplant. And we also know what the experience of the kidney donor is like, because it was my dear friend since we were 6 years old, that gave Thomas a kidney. It was a really good match. So it was both traumatic and miraculous for all of us. Thomas is doing really well. He's had the kidney for over 9 years now, but a transplanted kidney typically lasts 10 to 20 years. So we know that kidney disease will continue to affect us. But at least when it does rear its head again, we know that we'll be able to be treated in our home community. And so that's a big thing, because as Marlene mentioned, I did wreck my father-in-law's truck just a little bit, driving Thomas to dialysis one day. And when you're a DeLong and you wreck Ralph's truck, that's when you're really part of the family. So that's when I was initiated.
Any other question? Councillor Bell.
Could you give me a phone number where I could obtain the Farm to the South Cove tickets?
Yes, I passed out some information packages. I'll just show it. And if you turn around this card, it has my contact information. So just give me a call, and we will have an online webpage. It's actually up now, where you can purchase tickets, and we'd love to see you. It's a great event, and this is the 3rd annual, and it features a pig roast donated by DeLong Farms, and potatoes and a real down-home meal. We have entertainment, and we have treasure chests, and we have, great speakers. Actually, our speaker this year is going to be Casey DeLong. So, yeah, we're so excited to bring it back to this community. The farm at South Cove is donated, and we do have some, large sponsors this year. So, we're excited to raise the money to be able to support the kidney community. As you've heard by all of our initiatives, yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. And in our current economic situation, and if it gets worse, you can imagine those people living on $15,000 a year and not being able to go to a food bank because they can't eat the food because it's high in, phosphorus and, yeah. It's really essential this year that we meet all of our fundraising goals and help everyone that is impacted by kidney disease.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and good luck with your continued work in the community. We will move on our agenda to recommendations from committees and boards, and the first will be from Finance Committee, 10.1.1, which is Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program Reallocation of Grant Funds. Go ahead, Alex.
So I won't regurgitate the entire report, but if anyone on the audio is interested, you can go back and check the Finance Committee meeting minutes and recordings. But the very short summary is, thanks to some excellent work on the part of staff, in particular Amy Wombold, our grant coordinator, we were able to reallocate $7.1 million of federal provincial funding, which had been allocated towards a project that council had canceled, and have it reassigned to achieve some other active transportation priorities, namely a sidewalk project, and then the remainder go towards our wastewater treatment plant. So we would love to see a motion from council so we can formalize that and get through the process of having that money reallocated.
Would someone put the motion on the floor, and then we can have discussion or questions? Councillor Oikel.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and endorse the relocation of ICIP funding of $7,139,297 from the canceled active transportation multi-use pathway project to the Osprey Village sidewalk project, $1,814.24, and the Cookville wastewater treatment plant expansion project, $5,325,093. And I so move.
Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Hubley. Is there discussion? Excuse me. Discussion on the motion or questions? All those in favor signify by raising their right hand. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We'll move to 10.1.2. By way of information, if people want more background on these motions as they've come forward, they can listen to our Finance Committee meeting on March the 4th for a more detailed discussion, but these are recommendations that come forward from Finance Committee. We do have a motion on gender-based violence epidemic, and Councillor Bell.
Thank you. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Finance Committee and write a letter to Premier Tim Houston with copies to Leah Martin, Minister responsible for the advisory on the status of women, and local MLAs to support calls from the gender-based violence sector for epidemic-level investment and support in light of the 8th femicide in our province since October 2024. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Seconded by Councillor Smith. Is there discussion or question? Councillor Smith.
I just want to provide an update on this because I brought the motion forward for this letter at the Finance Committee meeting last week, and I was very pleased that it was unanimously voted for, and that we're moving forward on that, bringing it here today. There was a major funding announcement on Friday, which is very welcome, very needed, and the funding announcement was for Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, and I have spoken to the local transition house in our area, Harbor House, and some of the funds will go to supporting services there. So it's very welcomed, very needed. But I also spoke to other people in the sector, and I said, so does this mean that we don't need to pressure the provincial government to provide epidemic level investment and support? And they said, no, we need to keep going. That's part of the sector that received money on Friday, but there are definitely other organizations in the sector that are struggling to meet the need, and we heard a little bit about that on International Women's Day in Lunenburg. Specifically, an example, Second Story said that they have an important food security program that's ending this month because it's based on project funding. And what the Mass Casualty Commission recommendation was very specific about was that organizations, nonprofit organizations in our community doing this work need core funding support that's adequate and sustained until the problem is addressed sufficiently. And what I've heard from Second Story is that a lot of the funding that it comes their way for gender-based violence is project-based, and it's really hard to sustain your work on time-limited projects. So I just wanted to add that update because I think the tone of our letter can be a little bit different. You know, thank you for recognizing the investment that was announced on Friday. But as the sector is asking, you know, keep going.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor DeLong.
Nope, I had my hand up, but then Councillor Smith said it all.
Councillor Reinhardt.
Thank you. Just a quick comment, because I did also attend the Women's Day event on Saturday, which was a really excellent event and provided a lot of food for thought. And I just wanted to stress one of the key messages that the organizers wanted us to take away, which was that one of the keys to addressing gender-based violence is collaboration between all levels of government. They really stressed that. And as municipal representatives, I think we are often the closest to a lot of this violence that is happening in our communities and to our neighbors and to our friends. So I just wanted to note that and say that I'm very glad that this motion was brought, and I'll definitely be supporting it.
All right. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously, and thank you. And I will say that the International Women's Day event on Saturday was well attended. It was a very heavy day because the discussion was very, it was dark. When you hear from the former Chief Justice, Michael McDonald, speak of the mass casualty report and the action following that, and his commitment, I think, was probably one of the bright lights in it, was his commitment to seeing the recommendations followed through on. So there's a lot of work to be done, but it was, and collaboration was the word of the day amongst the not-for-profits that are working on in this area, and also for levels of government involved in this. And we will have a staff report coming forward to us to give us some recommendations and ideas about things that are within our realm of responsibility and ways we can contribute to addressing the issues. We'll move on to the nominating committee. Councillor Oikel, do you have a report to bring forward?
Certainly. To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the nominating committee and appoint Councillor Allison Smith as council's representative on the Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Advisory Committee for a 2-year term ending October of 2026, and I so move.
Do we have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Bell. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried. We will move on to 10.3, which is the Lunenburg County Accessibility Advisory Committee and the Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Advisory Committee. Very long names, but important work. And a member-at-large appointment. Who is bringing this? Yeah. Please.
Yes, just to provide a little bit of background here, the provincial government has mandated that for both anti-racism and accessibility, that there be municipal plans in place. Our region has decided to adopt a collaborative approach. A number of different municipalities had attempted different versions of smaller committees to address things like inclusion and diversity, and we were sort of robbing from Peter to pay Paul in terms of membership, and we've come to experience through the accessibility plans that were required to be adopted several years back that we worked much better as a region to develop these groups. The advisory groups are a venue for folks who have lived experience to bring input to council on these particular issues. And the mayors and wardens take care of the appointments. They're supported by the regional staff resource that helps support these committees in terms of making these selections. So the mayors and wardens met last week and have recommendations for both of the committees to get the appointments done for the existing advisory committee where there's gaps, and then also to establish the very long named Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Advisory Committee in order to meet the requirement to have these in place and have plans for April 1st.
As Alex said, the names have been vetted at the council wardens and mayors meeting last week. Could we have someone make a motion to bring the names forward? Councillor Hubley.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that Municipal Council accept the recommendation of the Lunenburg County Accessibility Advisory Committee and appoint the following members at large to the committee. Laura Church, 3-year term ending September 30th, 2027, and Amy Chrysler, 2-year term ending December 31st, 2026. And I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Moore. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried. Following along is the appointment to the Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Committee. The committee is just established. These are the first people to serve on this, along with our Councillor Smith, who's we just appointed. So if someone would bring this motion to the floor. Councillor Moore, thank you.
To Mayor McLean Wall and members of council, I move that municipal council accept the recommendation of the Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Advisory Committee and appoint the following members at large to the committee. Astrid Seidel and Darlene Higgins for a 3-year term beginning April 1st, 2025, ending March 1st, 2028. Vernon Sims, 31st, okay, 31st, 2028. Vernon Sims and Caleb Wielden, 2-year terms beginning April 1st, 2025, ending March 31st, 2027. And Violet Kai and Megan McDonald, 1-year terms beginning April 1st, 2025, ending March 31st, 2026. And I so move.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Reinhardt. Is there discussion? All those in favor signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. We will move to our Finance Department, and we are back on our budget. Operating and capital budget. And this will be, we will be looking at based on the conversation at the last number of meetings. There's a summary sheet's been presented, and not sure, do we need a little break?
Yes.
Maybe we'll take a 5-minute break while we get reorganized and refreshed. We will resume our council meeting, and we will continue with our deliberations around operating capital budgets. So our Director of Finance, Ms. Wenzel, if you can give us an update on the staff report coming back, a summary of our discussion and recommendations, present them to us, and then we will have further discussion on the budget. And there'll be an opportunity for public input. Once you make your presentation, then if there's anyone who wants to make comment, then we will go into discussion with the full council.
Thank you, Mayor McLean-Weil, and good morning, Council. So after the last two operating budget discussions, some questions came up, and this presentation addresses those questions. I'll be presenting the bulk of it this morning, but the directors are here in case any specific questions arise. Just take note on the operating budget, those last two slides have all the items that we've identified that could be changed in the budget. And so today would be the day we would be asking council to look at those items on those lists and make a decision on whether or not we should move forward with those changes. Once there's direction on what changes should be made, then we'll bring back a full budget package for you on April 1st. So in the administration department, there were some proposed changes, and I know that Mr. Demerick wanted to speak to these ones himself.
As requested, we did bring down the council contingency amount. You can see the table on the right of the screen there shows your average amount used each year for the last 5 or so years is just shy of $30,000. So it seems reasonable to make that and not cause yourself too much grief. The highest year there was during an unusual year where there were community grants to assist when COVID lockdowns first started happening and community groups were left scrambling, not able to do their normal fundraising. A note about council professional development. So there, within the legislative services, there's a total of $52,000 that councillors have access to for professional development. There was a suggestion about reducing this budget. The suggestion specifically was around staggering attendance at, for example, the Spring Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities Conference. Over a 4-year cycle, if you took a similar model to the FCM, 3 council members would attend a year. This would result in $14,000 worth of savings. The information was requested. I would just like to make the point that professional development is important whether you're on staff or in council. The size of the municipal budget is significant compared to $14,000, and I think it's important that we're mindful of the fact that by design, council members come from many different walks of life, have all kinds of different experiences, and providing professional development so that folks who have very different levels of professionalized knowledge and experience can get a sense of what municipal government is and how it works and how important their role is in many of the different facets that they will encounter over their term is really critical. So I understand that you were looking for options for reducing the budget. I'm rarely in favor of reducing training budgets as a means to balance a budget because I think it's counterintuitive to providing the best value that you can. Just wanted to put those 2 cents in there.
Okay, Councillor Vino and Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. I did write down some notes on this so I wouldn't forget anything, but I wanted to suggest that we keep the funding in place as is for the 2024-2028 council term and leave it up to individual councillors if they would like to attend the NSFM conferences. I'm confident returning councillors can all attest that we've never attended any of these events without bringing something back to the table and to our residents. Sending only a few representatives to relay information later loses depth and impact, and it's difficult to replicate the experience. For new councillors who have never attended any of these conferences or only the one held last fall, I wanted to bring your attention to some of the takeaways that come from these NFM conferences in my own opinion. The cost effectiveness for professional development, It allows us to gain high-quality training and insights at a fraction of the cost that we would get with private sector conferences. It's a way to stay informed in legislation by understanding how new policies and regulations will impact the municipality. It's relevant, municipal-focused content. Sessions are designed by and for municipal leaders, ensuring real-world experiences. It helps shape the future of municipal government by engaging with NSFM initiatives and driving advocacy efforts as a group. It allows us to learn from experts in municipal governments and stay ahead of emerging trends. We learn from fellow municipal leaders and other municipalities. An example of this is ProFund, which is something that came back to the council table following one of our spring conferences where we got a presentation from another municipality that provided this. It allows us to connect with elected leaders and provincial staff and build those relationships. Allows us to engage with vendors and service providers at trade shows. And I know Councillor Bell is always really in depth, and Councillor Oikel with talking to these trade show hosts and bringing ideas back. It allows us to strengthen the municipality's voice, ensuring our community's challenges and priorities are heard. And finally, where else can you get all these benefits in one place? This is a unique opportunity to learn, network, and influence municipal governments in our municipality and in Nova Scotia.
Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. I totally agree with the value of going to conferences that Councillor Vino has stated. If we do decide to do this savings, I really would like to see it specified that it is only the spring conference rather than the fall conference, because the fall conference, as I stated last time, is when we have the AGM. And it is more centralized anyway, because it's just in the city, where the spring one is throughout the province. So I just wanted to make sure that if we do decide to do this, and it is only it is $14,000, which isn't a lot of money, but it is still money.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. I'd just like to echo something that Councillor Vino was saying. We get so much more out of these conferences than we put into them. And I think it should be discretionary to the councillor, at least for this term. So I hope that we do not cut the NSFM spring conference from our budget.
Any other comments on this particular budget item? Maybe more for my information and perhaps the newer councillors, what would have been been used for council contingency?
The council contingency is a line in the budget which is fully at the discretion of council, but can only be used by motion of council. So it's included in the budget, but it's not available for if staff identify some particular need. It has to come to council. A common use is if there is for example, a larger community event that comes along that's looking for funding, but they missed the annual cycle of grant applications, and council is really inclined to support it. Another option would be if, in this situation, we didn't actually have to use the council contingency, but it could come up in a different circumstance if there aren't other advisory services budgets available. When we encountered the issue where developers were trying to get affordable housing and CMHC identified, well, CMHC was refusing because they had classified us with incorrect market data, and we determined it was to our best interest to go ahead and secure that data ourselves and that they would accept it. We then needed to find funds for that. So that's another example. If you're looking for some kind of consultancy work or specialized service that wasn't available during the budget cycle, council leaves, it traditionally has been $80,000, but we're suggesting you're probably safe bringing it down to $40,000, given that you also have substantial operating reserves if there was a larger need.
Okay, could we just take maybe a straw vote on the budget item related to attendance at NSFM? My sense was the people who spoke in support of it, there weren't those that spoke against it. So if my sense would be if we could decide we want to leave it in, not do a reduction in that area. Councillor Hubley.
I just want to quickly comment. I was only looking for the information. That's what I needed to make my decision.
Can we have a straw vote then? Just Councillor Moore.
Also, with the $40,000 contingency down from 80,000, I think the thing of it is that we're trying to cut for the taxpayers, and we're trying to do this, and we're trying to do that. And I understand that without that contingency during COVID, a lot of the organizations and community halls would not have gotten their funding to keep the power on and all that kind of stuff. But I think when the general public look at our budget and they see council contingency, they think, they don't know that. I mean, we can tell them that, but a lot of people just think that it's contingency for council, like if they need extra expenses or something like that. That's what we were looking at now. And we know it can't be used for that, but the public doesn't. So if maybe it could be called something else, I don't know.
The actual account name is council approved contingency. I don't know if that helps.
I have no idea.
Councillor DeLong.
And just under a similar vein, it does seem like it has been historically used, the contingency fund has been historically used as, a means to help the public when there weren't other funds available. So I think that, I don't think we should reduce it, and I do think that perhaps it does need a better name.
So, Councillor DeLong, it's currently reduced to 40,000. Are you okay with that?
I would rather that it weren't, but if that's the budget we're passing, that's the budget we're passing. I'm still going to vote in favor of the budget. If we're voting on that specific thing, I would not vote to reduce it.
I was going to take a straw vote on the allocation to NSFM. If there is general agreement to not cut the professional development fees or budget line, are those people that are supporting reduction of the allocation to NSFM, raise their hands. No, I don't see any. So we will leave that budget line and move on.
So we did get an email this morning, just before council, from the Executive Director of the Public Safety and Security Division, indicating they don't know about our CMP costs. They said that they have included 3.5% increase in their own projections, but there's a collective bargaining process they expect to happen after the federal election, so they really can't give us any kind of certainty about what the increase in policing costs will be this year. So, glad to have helped.
Councillor Oikle.
So if we balance the operation budget, which we need to have it balanced, then they come back with more than what we put into it, and we've already passed the budget, what happens?
So you have budgeted, as required by the Municipal Government Act, for a balanced budget. If the costs come back and they're higher, traditionally you've run surpluses for 13, 14, a long number of years. So it would potentially reduce the size of your surplus that you discover when you get to year end. There is a potential that the increase would be even larger, and then you would be drawing out of your reserves.
Councillor Smith.
So you said there's collective bargaining happening after the federal election, and we won't hear until after that. So, I mean, we're looking at well into the next fiscal year before we even find out.
The last time they went through collective bargaining, they still haven't actually clearly resolved what's happening with back pay. So if this information is correct, then there will be some collective bargaining, and they are hoping that it will begin right after the election. it's unlikely that you will get any kind of information about whether or not that collective bargaining is impacting your policing costs until well after this fiscal year. And then we'll have another question about whether or not back pay is a municipal responsibility or not.
Let's move on, because we don't know.
So the last item that I have to discuss here is around the communications discussion. So as part of council strategic priorities, you identified communications and public engagement. We have some increases in your budget to address this. The question that we had was around an additional support. We identified for you that we don't have the staff available to do all of the work, particularly around things like enhanced storytelling and the synopsis of council decisions, and then the engagement that would come out of that, being able to maintain those. So we had included an addition of a full position for discussion purposes. And since that time, we've had further conversations with our manager of communications and come up with a compromise. We're suggesting that we leave $40,000 of that position for freelancing work. So this will help us get at some of the items that are identified in your strategic priorities discussion without the requirement of adding an extra position. So we'll make use of writing and freelancing work through our procurement process, and our communications manager is already using these, so this would enhance the budget and allow us to get more work done without you having to add a position.
Any questions on that? Okay, let's move. Oh, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I'm just interested in like where the savings is and what the difference is in rates of pay. Say someone were hired as communications versus how much they're paid as a freelancer.
I would say that varies significantly. Some of our freelance work is done by former students that we had, so that's obviously cheaper than hiring a marketing firm. So the rates of pay change significantly based on the qualifications and experience that whoever the contractor is can provide to us. The numbers we were in the ballpark of $90,000 after office benefits, other associated costs with the position. So I hope, am I getting at your question?
Not really. Like I
Yep.
I professionally, I've done a lot of writing work,
Yep.
and I would be interested in knowing what the rates of pay we offer when we contract out to writers, because it is a profession, and sometimes with contract work it gets pretty precarious, and the wages get pretty low. So I'd just be interested in knowing. It sounds like it's a procurement process, so people have to submit. So the lowest bid gets taken? Is that?
No, we use best value. So again, under your procurement policy, there's different processes used for different types of procurement and also for different thresholds. So the value of the contract matters. But when you're looking at something that has, where you're not procuring a physical item, there's I'm sorry, I'm not expressing myself very well this morning. When you go out for design services, you're not procuring something that's already specified. And so you're allowed to take into account considerations other than price. So no, when we procure for communication services, it's not simply low bid.
Did that answer your question?
We can also get you some more
If I
information.
could get information,
Yep.
the way we've been
Yep.
receiving other
No
information,
trouble.
that would be amazing.
No trouble. Yep.
Shall we move on?
Certainly. So we'll give you some updates that went through the Engineering Public Works Department. So there was some questions around the value of the CES building. So we just kind of put together a slide of the revenues that we collect between the rent and the operating costs that are reimbursed by the CES squadron, which is 178.1. Our operating costs are 84,000, so we do have a net annual profit of 84.6. The lease terms are a 2.5% annual rent increase, and the existing contract expires March of 2029, for your information. As well, we gave you a list of all the municipal roads that the Engineering Public Works Department looks after. The municipal roads are maintained to a high standard. We don't recommend capital investment for further improvements unless it's identified by the engineering department. You do have one on your capital budget this year. And if residents want those roads paved, there is a policy where they can cost share if they want to have the road paved. So that's in a municipal bylaw for that. So sometimes we'll get a petition and the road will get paid in that manner. Okay, we're good. Now the wastewater manager did determine that we do need to have a budget addition in the wastewater section for the Hebbville wastewater treatment plant for a sewer capacity review. It's $18,000. It was to determine the most appropriate route to transport the wastewater from Hebbville to the town's treatment plant and evaluate the capacity of wastewater for existing and future developments that the town can receive and treat from the Hebbville wastewater collection system. So they've asked to put that in our operating budget as an addition, so it's on the summary sheet that you have. So moving on to planning and development services. You have, I think on your agenda today, there's an addition of another private road maintenance charge for Herman's Point Homeowners Association. So we put that in the draft budget. So that has a $7,900 revenue and a $7,500 expenditure. Plamu Road did not ask for a road maintenance this year. So we've actually taken that out of your budget. And we did some other adjustments through the private roads to give you about a $4,100 net increase on the revenue side. Staff did look into having a tree planting event on Tancook Island. They don't believe there will be any additional funds required, some increased staff time to go over and hold that event, but they think that it wouldn't be, that they could hold that event in that manner over there with the existing budgets that they have. So there was some discussion and asking about reinstating the Lunenburg, the Climate Change Action Plan Committee. And staff have determined that we would need about $10,000 additional budget in order to have that committee reinstated. And we would use about 8 to 12 months of staff time on the committee. So they do think that perhaps some other projects might be deferred if that committee got reinstated at this point. As well, the housing strategy, looking at the in-house option, there was a potential cost savings of $40,000. Now, there is some additional staff time required, but I think we've discussed that we could use a grad student for that. And that would be in and out because we were funding that through reserves.
Let's just stop there to see questions. Questions? Councillor Oikel and then Councillor Bell.
Has staff identified which projects they would need to defer from what they have on their list right now?
I'll ask Mr. Merrill, our Director of Planning and Development Services, to come up and answer that question.
The quick answer is no. So the 10,000 currently is not in the budgets, but if council wants to put that in, we would have to go back and look. We did previously talk about, allocating some resources to communications. So we'd have to look at, if council wants to take on, like revising the LCAP, we'd have to go back and look at what projects what workload that we would have to alter.
So you're
Councillor
not,
Wickel.
yeah, so you're not sure what projects would need to be deferred, because we've had the LCAP before, so you kind of can estimate how much work and who would be involved in it. So that doesn't give you any insight or help with knowing what projects of the future, because I'm sure you know your present projects that you have going forward with the present budget, and how much time is going to be allotted and who's going to be working on what, because I'm sure, I know, Jeff, you're a very organized person. So you're telling me that you couldn't really say which projects would need to wait until the following years at all?
I guess we haven't had that conversation at the director team about we had talked about the communications aspect and reallocating some of that time from the climate division into, so that would be the most, like, we'd have to figure out how to handle that, because if we didn't have the resources to give to communications, you'll have to figure out how to, if you want the additional work for communications, you have to figure that out. But we haven't had that opportunity to have that conversation internally.
Just before we go to the council, I do want to raise the issue why we think we need a committee, a reinstatement of the committee, given that we have a plan and staff are currently working that through. So I just raised that, and then I'll turn it over to Tom.
Thank you. So through the mayor. So one of the challenges is in the draft budget, we have a number of local climate action plan projects that council hasn't said which ones they want to go ahead and which ones they're going to take off the list. So until we know which projects council's approving, it's hard to say which ones we have to remove. And as Jeff has indicated, on the assumption that council was going to go with our recommendation to remove some, we were able to reallocate some staff to communication, which directly leads to the item we just reviewed a few minutes ago on how we can adjust from going from a full-time position to freelance, because we think we can create some capacity at the staff level. But the first step in that is council looking at that list and saying, this one's in, this one's out, this one's in. That will allow us to revisit the list. If the committee is in, we have to do some more reviewing. And if we determine that we can't get the capacity to support communication from the climate change staff, then we have to look and see what the freelance work might look like. So it all kind of ties together. So it's challenging to pick a particular item that is contingent upon a whole other set of decisions being made.
We have Councillor DeLong is next, and then Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. So I think you probably all know my thoughts on this at this point. But the local climate change action plan was developed with strong community involvement. And I feel like any significant revisions need to follow that same principle. The plan was voted on by council and passed. Wasn't intended that it was going to be tinkered with after the fact by council. If we're going to be funding the projects, then yes, absolutely, council needs to determine which projects, when, how, etc. But I think that what happened when it was proposed to council that the Sustainability Committee had fulfilled its mandate and should be dissolved is that we left an unintended gap by not having a solid implementation plan. Public trust and engagement are key to the success of our LCAP plan. And so I'm hearing that staff has proposed an internal review. And I think that this needs to be involving the residents from the start of the discussion. If we bring them in just to review a draft after it's been prepared, that's not the same thing as engaging and helping and letting residents help shape the decisions. It's about good governance. Climate action is a strategic priority for us. It remains a strategic priority for this council. And we need a clear community-supported path forward. So I think a climate action committee, which is named after the strategic priority chosen by this council, would create a focused space for discussions and ensure that decisions are informed by both municipal goals and public input, and thereby strengthen its long-term success. So I don't think that a decision can be postponed to a future council meeting and to just leave it to chance, like which projects we're going to pick and which we aren't. I really do think that a committee needs to be struck for that. And if it takes time, if it takes staff time, if it takes 8 to 12 months time, then so be it. It's a strategic priority, and that's what we're budgeting for. A proactive approach is needed to ensure that the evaluation process is fair, transparent, community-driven, and the committee is the best way to achieve this. And I'm wondering if we need to provide staff clear direction for that, if a motion is needed to establish that committee and operationalize it, then I think we need to make that motion so that it is apparent what we're doing. And can I also ask, like, how much staff time is actually needed for this? You say it's 8 to 12 months and would require deferring other projects. And that, to me, suggests a significant burden. But if we're already deferring projects, does that not free up staff time to do this type of thing? Several LCAP projects have been deferred. So where's the capacity being, garnered by that? I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, do you want to respond? Then Councillor Bell.
Yeah, so this staff took this as the understanding that we would go through and revise the LCAP plan. If this council wants to update that plan, part of doing so, actually the key component of that, as Councillor Dong had mentioned, is the public engagement. So this is not just staff going away and coming up with a plan. This we'd reinstate the committee. The $10,000 would be allocated towards doing public engagement, that we get out in the community and we hear from residents. And so that the plan is a community plan and not just a one committee or a staff plan. But at the end of the day, you'd come out with a revised plan that would be this council's local climate change action plan. And there is a significant, we've recently went through that process, so we're aware of there is a staff commitment, time commitment to do that. So if we're meeting, to prepare for agenda items for the committee, to prepare for the public engagement activities, like those things take time, and those things take more time than running, a no mow campaign. There's a significant amount of time when you do public engagement.
Can I just break in for 1 second and ask a question? Sorry, I'm really struggling with my words on this. I feel like if we're going to be deferring all climate action to reinstate a committee, that also seems counterintuitive. But if we need that committee to develop the implementation plan, then so be it. I am not in charge of staffing decisions, but I really don't understand why staff from sustainability would be reallocated to communications when we have so much work here to do. And what I'm proposing is not that we remodel the whole plan. It's that we look at the projects within it and how to implement those.
Councillor Bell.
I actually wanted to talk about the slide before. I thought I got missed on the speaking engagement. But we are talking about LCAP plan now, so I'll put my comments on that. This is a casualty of moving from a lens priority to a lens assessment to making it a priority. And going back when we had a LCAP committee and 3 to 6 persons more or less saying what they thought was a good idea and passing it on, and then staff trying to work around it, had some adverse effects that didn't seem to totally sit well in the community. When you go to community planning and ask for input, and they work with staff to come up with a plan to come to council, it seems like a much better approach. I would like to give staff the time they need to prepare us to go out into the public and find out what the general group wants. When I say the group, I'm talking about the general public. We seem to have done very well in the last couple of sessions that we had with the public, and they're gaining support. I would like to give this type of plan that same type of service. I think we will be much better serviced, and if it takes 8 or 12 months, I think we would be in a better place. So I don't know if I made it clear enough what I'm trying to say, but I'm going to lean with staff on this.
I just want to be clear that I understand. Are you saying the public engagement is the way to seek community involvement as opposed to a committee?
I am.
Okay. Councillor Hubley.
So that was kind of my question. I'm not sure we need a committee for each priority. And my question is, we can't get the work done that we need to do without a committee? Can we? Like, is it necessary to have a committee to get the work done?
I don't know that myself, given that my experience here is limited, but I would suggest that there are other priorities we have, and if we start to do this, then are we going to form a community committee for housing? And, some of the other things that we're taking on. And I think I understand why it might initially have been established, because climate change was identified and the involvement of community was part of that. But I think what we're saying here is that there is a plan. Staff are coming back and saying if we need to evaluate it, then they will come back with recommendations and then involve community in part of that work. So anyway, Alex.
Just to the specific question of do you need a committee, there's no definitive answer. Yes, you do need, or don't. No, you don't need a committee. It's a question of judgment. As your manager of communications has explained it, you want to think about when you're going to engage the public. What's the kind of input that you're trying to get back from them, and what kind of influence do they have? So the worst thing that you can do is create an environment where you're soliciting input that you don't have a realistic plan to implement. With the development of the plan, you had a specific task for a committee. You said, we would like you to help us develop this plan. So you do have a plan in place, and it appeared like you were moving along a process of saying, oh, we have a plan, we're going to operationalize this, and it sounded like council was going to include climate as a lens, also indicating it had become more operationalized as part of your process as opposed to a strategic priority. There was lots of discussion about that. And I think one thing that's been really clear from this council is you want to make sure that you are building in public engagement. You have all these different tools that you can use. So when you do it, and So when you're deciding what tools you want to use, you want to make sure that they fit the question that you're asking. So committees are generally a good fit if you're doing exploratory things. And in this case, you do have a plan in place, and staff are working through implementing that. So there has been some discussion about some of the lower cost but higher staff effort items being deferred to allow time for other priorities, hoping that we can also keep in context that there are other large items in your LCAP plan which continue to go ahead regardless. Things like reducing corporate emissions are still there. You're still exploring your solar panel. Public transit would be a key feature here. Concrete things that are proceeding regardless. What we're actually talking about is this a set of projects that have been proposed for possible deferral that are low cost investment but high staff time.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Councillor DeLong.
If these are low-cost projects but high staff time, then why are we looking at moving staff time away from these projects?
Because staff time has significant value to it.
Well, exactly. And so I think the value to implementing the plan is the staff time that we're tying to it. So why would we move staff away from a plan that we are trying to implement?
So I think part of the challenge is trying to staff for all of the various priorities, strategic priorities that have been identified by council, including the communications piece. So the other strategic priorities were already things that we were working on to some level, but introducing some strategic communication as a priority and then trying to find staff time. When we ran through our first budget, we were showing a deficit of $230,000+, and we were trying to find a way to operate within budget while providing supports to all of the strategic priorities. And so there was also the change from the lens. We originally started with climate change as being a lens, and then it switched to a strategic priority, and we also have tried to switch accordingly. But we're trying to allocate staff to support all strategic priorities in the most fiscally responsible way that we can. We started thinking that we might need another full-time equivalent in communication, but in an effort to reduce some of the budget, we looked for alternatives on how we could accomplish that. And the internal reallocation of resources was one solution, and then freelancing to provide additional support was another. So it's just part of the balancing act that we're trying to do to provide staff support for each of the priorities. And when it comes to the climate action plan itself, the plan is fairly detailed. I think the question becomes, what can we reasonably move forward, and what are those costs going to look like? And so we know that public transit is in the local climate action plan, and that's being moved forward as quickly as we can. And even doing that is going to require some staff time to move that forward. And then we look at all the other aspects of the plan, and that's where we came up with the list, the original list of items that were in the budget that came out of the local climate action plan. And then as part of the budget deliberation to reduce costs, we recommended some of them be removed. And if we reintroduce the update LCCAP plan, then we're undoing some of the work that we had done to free up staff time to support communication. So it's a bit circular. It goes around and around, and we try to figure out what we can do with the resources that we have.
Councillor Oikel, and then we're gonna move on this.
Prior to my hand going up, Councillor Smith had hers up, so I'll allow you to speak first, and then I have a comment, if that's all right with the mayor.
I guess just a comment. I think it would be really helpful if we weren't thinking about staffing as the council. And I was kind of led to believe that we're not supposed to think about that. when we're making our budgeting decisions. Because, you know, if we have, you know, the items that we're working on, I just think it would be much more clear. And for me, you know, I would love to have a list of everything that falls under the climate action priority that we have that we're doing right now, that's in our budget, because I think we're doing a lot. And I think we're getting wrapped up in this conversation about staffing and these very small projects. And to me, that is not our wheelhouse as council. That's for the CAO to decide how staffing falls out. And I just feel it's a complication that we shouldn't be involved with.
I'll just make a comment, and thank you for that, but we can come up with a long list, and we have as a council. In fact, I'm now told there's 31 items that have been generated by our conversations around budget. And Alex and Tom and I are going to sit down and we're going to look at that list, and I'm going to have a good study of it to see how we work that through over the next year, really, to get through some of it, because there are staff implications for the things that we've identified, whether it be, and we're asking staff to report to us on these things. Well, if they're doing those things, then they're not doing something else. So we have to, I appreciate what you're saying, and I too understand, but that it is a complication, but it is, if we want certain things done and we set priorities, then we can't have it all. And we're going to have to make, and I think this is what's being outlined in this conversation, is the dilemma of how we parcel out that work and still stick to what we want to achieve in the long run. So having said that, I'll let Tom speak to it, but yes, it would be nice to say staff complicates it, but we do have to consider it. So Tom can.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you're quite right in that it's my job to allocate staff to get done those things that you want done. The message that we're trying to get across is, as you move, add, or subtract things, we want you to know where we believe if you add something, something has to come off. And so we did that in recreation with the recreation projects. If you want to put something in, tell us what you want to come out. So that's what we're trying to do here. We'll do our best to make sure that whatever council wants done is done. But where we can identify that other projects might have to be deferred, we want council to be making decisions knowing that if you put the $10,000 into because the real discussion is only at this point, does that $10,000 go in or not? The decision on committee reinstatement is a future discussion. But if you want to put the money in and you're likely to do it, then there's something is likely going to have to come off. But as I said earlier, council needs to make all of the decisions, or at least give us guidance on the whole package, so that we're better positioned to say, okay, now that we have a better sense, and there's a slide later that breaks these all down, which maybe we should have started with. But we also wanted to have the discussion. We need council today to tell us fairly clearly what's in and what's out. And then we will go and create a whole budget package for you and bring it back for April 1st. And then pass the budget, fingers crossed, on April 8th. And then if there's additional items like the 31 that still have to be prioritized, that's more work to do because it's all tied into some aspect of what we discussed during budget. So we're bringing this forward not to suggest that council try to figure out how we allocate, but just to let you know, if this goes in, we think something has to give.
Councillor Oikel and I hate cutting people off. So Councillor Reinhardt, I will not cut you off. So, but that's it. Then we're going to move on.
So I really appreciate all the conversations that we have, because it has given me pause to think. And I do agree with Councillor Bell that I don't feel that we need the LCAP right now, but it may be something we may need in a future year, because we already, if LCAP plan, the LCAP committee was coming up with ideas of what we need to do. Well, we have lots of ideas already, and we have lots of projects, so we really don't need it right now, but it may be something we may need to bring forth again to give us some more ideas and more thoughts. And I do feel that once we're gone through everything that we have as our strategic priority of climate, all the projects that we have, like the transit, like other AT projects that we may put into place, it is all part of the climate action. So I don't feel at this time that we would really need this particular committee at this time.
Okay, Councillor Reinhardt, and then we are going to move on.
It's kind of similar to what Councillor Oikel was saying. It sounds like there was a pretty robust public engagement process when the plan was formed. So I think it's not necessary to do that at this stage. I think personally I'd rather see resources going into trying to implement more of the plan than another public, drawn-out public engagement process.
Okay, let's move on, because we will get to those two slides that show the pluses and minuses, and then we can kind of maybe go through those. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you. So one of the other questions that came up was on the impact of maybe putting more funds out of the budget into clean energy. So we looked at this from two sides. I looked at it from the financial services impact. Jeff did confirm with Clean that they could have the capacity to increase the program if council so wished. So I looked at it from a resourcing perspective as well, not just financial, but staff time. So every $500,000 in loans is about 25 loans, which in the finance department we maintain and we do monthly monitoring. So as you know, if you take $500,000 out of your reserves, it's going to take 15 years to pay that back. So that'll be $33,000 a year. As well, if every 25 loans would pretty much equal an hour per month in extra staff time. So it's just kind of one of those things that I thought it would be important that you knew that loan management is not something that municipalities do well, but we have a system in place where we can do it. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there for your information. Good, yeah. This is a list of projects that we had put together with that $25,900 in your LCAP projects. And so it was broken down, and there was three that the department thought was really important that continued, which is your tree planting program and your education and your youth engagement. And then those other small projects that you had discussed already, these were the ones below it that they were recommending to remove this fiscal.
Questions? Can somebody just tell me what education on impact on climate change? Like, to me, this seems like it's somebody else's responsibility, not ours, but.
Yeah, so this is in the LCAP plan, and this comes under like the REMO. So this is education around the impacts of climate and how how our residents can mitigate those issues that come up.
All right, let's move on then. Further.
Okay, under economic development.
Oops.
Can you go back one slide? Okay, so the projects, so the total budget was $25,900, and we are taking some of these and putting them into other years. But that's the total budget, because if you take the ones that's in bold print and add them up, it does not come to $25,900. So the whole project was $25,900. Thank you.
Just not the whole project, just this
bunch,
chunk
yeah,
of
yeah.
sub-projects within
Gotcha.
the plan. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
It says defer to other year. I don't think we need even to defer to other years the EV education and promotion. We don't need to defer that. That can just be taken away. altogether, because there is enough of that information out there by the federal and provincial government. We don't need to do anything regarding it. And, yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, the heavily,
It just needs to be gone, like not to a future year, just gone.
Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, staff will definitely take the direction of council. But like, and I guess this goes back to, you know, if you revise the LCAP, like, so these are projects that are in your current LCAP plan. So if you were to say, oh, we don't want to do EV education and promotion, $1,000, right, we won't put that in. Next year, that would come up again because it's in your LCAP. So we're bringing forward, here's your plan. Next year, you might choose also not to do some of these projects, but they're in their plan, and you know, our obligation is to say, here's the things that are in your plan, and you have this plan that you would do these things. Do you want to fund it again this year or not fund it this year? Like, so that's, you know, each budget time, like, just because it's in a plan doesn't mean you have to do it. And that's where, like, if you were to revise your LCAP plan and say, well, we don't need some of these projects, maybe there are different projects that we need, but to identify those, and then maybe that's easier for council every year because it's like, hey, these are the projects that we want to see implemented.
Councillor Bell.
While I know pollination is important, I must say I did not have one single constituent congratulate me on our Don't Mow Your Lawn in May project. Not one single person. I did ask, I have some people ask, what is it you're doing and who is paying for these signs that I do see up on some of the lawns? So just understand that not necessarily the general public buys into all of these things that we might think is good. So we need to consider when we put money in these, and $3,700 really is not much money, but some people would still find that an exorbitant amount.
Councillor DeLong.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councillor Bell here, but it does help illustrate the point that we don't get to pick and choose these items, as was stated by Mr. Merrill. These are what's in our plan. This is why I would like to have somebody be able to form an implementation strategy so that we can retool what's in our plan. Nobody wants to let it grow May around the table, I don't believe. I shouldn't speak for people, I'm sorry. But, and the EV education promotion, these are things that are going to keep coming back to us unless we unless we look at the list and decide what is best for the community with community input and establishing today's dollar figures. These are going to keep coming back again and again. So I really do think that we need to be able to open up the projects in the LCAP. And again, I will say that I think a committee is the best way to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Burns, and then Councillor Vino. No, yeah. Councillor Burns.
Thank you. Folks, this is a $25,000, $900 item. For the love of God, we've got a $20 million budget we got to get to with some important stuff that people have talked to us about. We can certainly loop back to this, but let's finish the slides and move on, because we're talking about $3,000 amounts. Like, let's go, okay?
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Ms. Wenzel.
Certainly. So we'll move on to economic development. There was a question arose about the Osprey Village Marketing Plan, the success and outcomes. So Mr. Waters provided a very comprehensive document that was attached to your agenda package outlining all the outcomes that came out of that plan, and I thought it was very comprehensive. There was a lot there. If council has any questions on it, certainly Mr. Waters can answer it, but we won't review all 4 pages. So we'll move on to the recreation question, parks and tourism questions that came up. So there was some discussion about a marketing levy. We'll just put that off to a future council meeting. That'll be on your list. The active transportation, paved shoulders, and active transportation infrastructure as well. We have a plan to bring the AT plan to council with a goal of having it approved and adopted by council, so an updated plan for your information. There was some discussion about LaHave Sunset Park, where there were some unsafe trees identified and planting of replacement trees. So the department did added that as a new item, which is a budget estimate of about $5,000 to address that issue in the park. So you would see that on the list on the second group of slides that we have at the end.
Councillor Oikle.
I want to say something more regarding the bulk toilets. Is that under operation or is that under capital? Capital? Okay.
So in the financial services department, one question that came up, this was quite early on, was on the financial statement under our section was a miscellaneous revenue amount of 183.1. So that included, that's kind of like a catch-all for development fees, expired tax sale surplus, interest on school lands and trusts, some fees for verbal tax information, some interest, and federal wharf collection fees. So we did rename it on the statement. When you get your budget package on April 1st, you'll see that that line item has been renamed, but those are all the things that were included in that $183,000 line item. Oops, we're good. So as well, we had a discussion about the operating reserve section in the operating budget. So these are just some comprehensive slides on how the reserves work. So we do have some transfers to reserves from our operating revenues that are mandatory. There's interest on specific reserves of the $75,000. Any expired tax sale surplus funds do have to go into a capital reserve, as well as any development fee revenue has to go into a capital reserve. So those are coming in directly from whatever revenue we collect. So it's kind of a net of a zero to your bottom line. It's in and out. Another section of reserve transfers are some that support our operating expenditures. So council had, this is the fourth year for a hospital donation to the Brighter Days campaign that they had. So that's coming in and out of your operating budget, as well as the water financing program and the housing market data study, which was approved by council in November of 2024. So because it's moving over to another fiscal year, that will be in and out through our surplus reserves.
I would like to just make a comment on that housing strategy. As I understand, those monies are coming from a reserve fund. And I know the suggestion has come in here that we reduce it from 90 to 50 and use grad students. Am I correct? And
is this not two different things?
Yep.
Okay.
Excuse me. Yep. This is related to the gap in CMHC data, which was resulting in all projects in our region getting denied. And this data will feed into the housing strategy, which is part of why we can make use of different resources than having to pay for a consulting firm. But it is a different project. I was wondering why the number was lower.
But this is students doing this work? No, this went out for RFP.
This has already been procured.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know the names are similar through to your worship, so it does get confusing.
That does bring me back to the point in having grad students do the work. With all respect to grad students, they do need supervision by staff, and I wonder about the component of time. If we're looking at, again, our planning department, where this will come out of planning work? No, it will.
I'll be leading the project. Obviously, I will need the support of the planning department and the economic development department, but planning doesn't have the time to provide that supervision that you've identified, given that we have cluster development continues to roll along and we have to get to the mandatory land use planning, as we have a provincial deadline.
So that also leads me to wonder about the trade-off we make in having grad students who need supervision and the actual, and this, sorry, Counselor Smith, but the staff allocation to supervise that as opposed to putting it out for a consultant's report. As much as I'm not struck on always going to consultants for more reports, but in this case, I wonder if you can give me a little thought on what your thinking is about that. And whether this is the best thing we can do, where we can cut. I'm not sure this is the best place for us to cut, is what.
I will admit I have a professional bias relating to consultants. We have examples of similar housing strategies for similar sized municipalities in operating in a similar environment. And I believe that we will be able to find some students who have the appropriate skills to do the work, and it will be we will get the same quality of work. Yep.
Okay, let's move on.
Certainly, thank you. So another section in your operating reserves is a transfers from reserves to support the operating expenditures, which also have a net zero effect on your total operating budget, which is any of the road paving partnerships that is funded directly from the Canada Community Building Fund, as well as your PACE Clean Energy Program, because that's in and out. We had identified that a new plotter was required, so we would fund that from reserves because it's almost a capital item, but not quite, because it falls under our $10,000 capital threshold. This is where this grad student housing strategy is. We had $90,000 originally in the budget, which we've reduced to $50,000 with a $40,000 saving, but as well, that was going to come right through from our reserves. The $2 million community hub fit up, that's in the lease agreement, and it's a one-time cost, so it made sense to not take that out of the general tax rate. And the Canada Community Fund also supports our trail groups for their capital work. So Trudy's spoken to that a bit. So that's another reserve transfer that has a zero effect on your operating budget. So moving forward to the rest of the reserves, these ones are optional. So these are reserves that come out of our operating revenues to support things like expenditure smoothing for the election. So we take $50,000 a year out of our general revenues, and when the election comes every 4 years, we have enough money to pay for it. The regional fire training facility, $100,000. The municipal roads reserve, the open space strategy, as well as monies going into a sewer reserve for future sewer capital work, and the depreciation of future capital contributions that we make, as well as the LCLC capital reserve. So any of these transfers could be decreased, and that would actually increase your operating surplus, but it would impact the funding of your future capital and the affordability of those things.
I feel like the energy in the room is fading, and we also have a flag raising at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to suggest that we break for lunch and be ready for the flag raising at 1, and then we'll come back to the slides that actually summarize all the additions and deletions that are being proposed for our consideration around the budget. So we will break for lunch.
But we haven't done the public input portion, so.
Okay, we will resume our meeting and go back to our budget discussions. So, Ms. Wenzel, do you want to lead us further in the paperwork?
Thank you, Mayor McLean-Weil. So we were talking about the lists of things that could be changed in the budget to address the issues that we started in the beginning when we brought you a budget with a $238,000 deficit on the 27th of February. So this first slide, actually is, I guess, the 27th when we brought it, was to show you the things that staff could recommend to deal with the deficit. So this list brought you to a $34,000 surplus. So if it's the wish of council, you want to look at these line by line, is there anything in here that, how would council like to proceed with this list?
Does anyone want to make, I will make a comment that I think we should add back is the market research, if I'm picking that one as the one to evaluate the newsletter. I think, and I think I said this in a previous discussion, that if we do this at the beginning of our term, it will carry us for the next few years in terms of really a solid evaluation that's statistically significant. And I think that's important if we're trying to make decisions on it and not just a random kind of who responds to this. So I think given that we have a little bit of money to work with here, that we should add that back. And given that communications was a priority, I don't feel any reservation in suggesting that it should go back in. No. Is there anyone want to make comments? Sure. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. This, I think, was probably for Alex. So we say staff training, travel, and conferences, 31.7. What did you cut? Because, yeah, not professional development.
So, through the chair, so what we did is we're starting to adopt a standardization. So we took a fixed amount for directors, deputy directors, managers, supervisors, and other staff to create it by position, and then we'll allow the directors of each department to take that budget and allocate it in the way that they see best serves their purpose. So if a conference is twice as expensive, they may only be able to send one person, but they manage within that budget, and the total budget is done by position, scaling up from, or down from directors down. And then over the next year, we're going to further flesh that out to provide for increased direction on what it can be used for, how often it can be used, what it's going to include.
We're just reconnecting with Councillor DeLong. Councillor DeLong, is there, anything, we're now on the 2 pages that show the first round reduction options and budget change options. Are there any items there that you wish to discuss or add to or delete from?
Sorry, this is me specifically, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, you all know my feelings on the LCAP project. I don't think that we should be adding or removing any of these. I know that this is just for this year, and that go forward, we'll have to talk about these items again, so I won't rehash that. No, if this is what staff feels is a balanced list, then that's the list.
We did, and I don't think you were connected, but we did, I made the suggestion to add back the representative market research, which would be around the municipal matters and having a research firm do that work, so we had a statistically reliable evaluation of that.
I was here, yeah, no,
Okay.
I've been here since we got
Okay,
there. Thank you.
I wasn't sure you heard all that.
No,
Okay.
and I appreciate that you're trying to make sure that I can be involved. I
Okay.
really do appreciate that.
Any, Counselor Oikle?
So if we put that back in, then we won't have a surplus, correct? Or we will still have a surplus if we put that back in?
Right now, yes, on that list, the surplus was 34,000, so taking the 13,000 and adding it back, that would give you $21,000 surplus on that list.
Counselor Smith?
Pardon me if we've talked about this before, but is the sustainability student, was there a project attached to that, or just a position that is often held during the summer?
Yeah, the sustainability student is in the baseline, but there was a project. So we're looking for a data science student to come in and create a dashboard on our climate projects, and so we'd have like a continuous update of how we're doing addressing the climate situation.
Counselor DeLong, did you have something further?
Yeah, well, the sustainability student, if we're not spending money on that, and that's hours that was going to go towards sustainability projects, again, staffing is not our purview, but it seems like we're cutting a lot of climate stuff.
Did that answer your question? It's an additional project.
Yeah.
Okay.
That answers my question, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, so the budget will come back. This will come back one more time.
Yes.
And then before the final one.
But the one that comes back to you on April the 1st will be the recommendation to council.
Right.
So if there's any changes that you want to see, really, this is the day to do it, so that we can make sure it flows through properly and that we have all the budget documents done for recommendation to council, because that's what that April 1st meeting is. So, this slide and the next one contains all the, so these reductions were ones that we brought to you over a week ago, I guess maybe 2 now. And then the next slide, you've already made the decision to, or my understanding is that the conference attendance will come back, is not going to be cut, by the council conference attendance will not be cut. And we will not be using the 10,000 for the LCAP committee. But my understanding is that's the only thing that you changed on this second group of options.
Can we move then to capital budget?
Of course we can, not a problem. Okay, so these slides are an update from the 2 meetings we had last week on the capital budget. So we did talk about the community solar garden a lot. There was 2 projects in your capital budget about the interest during construction and land purchase. So we know that project will be discussed further when results of the power purchase agreement application are known, and council can make a decision at that time. There was a question about the J-class roads budget that was $700,000 in the current fiscal, with the 25-26 budget of $350,000, which the Point Road was paved in June of 2024, so that 700 included that paving project. So we added 2 budget amounts essentially together for 1 year in case any other projects came up. So that's why there was 700 in the current fiscal year, but we have not spent, there was no other roads approved through that Nova Scotia Public Works partnership. But there is a list, and it's my understanding that's going to be coming back to council as well. And then we did have some discussions about electric vehicles and the cost versus the benefit. So we will be working on this, and we'll bring that back to council at a future date of how much electric vehicles are benefiting the municipality on the existing purchases that we already have. The Osprey Village Enhancement Plan had a $75,000 approved budget. We're asking to actually make a small addition to the capital budget of $15,000 because the whole thing is not going to finish. So this is something kind of new, but it's just to finish that plan. So as you know, capital, we carry it forward if we don't finish the work. So this is just a carry forward to complete that project. Also, it's my understanding on your list was to discuss in the upcoming year whether to create an art and culture policy for public art installations, but the art projects that are currently budgeted for 25-26 will proceed as planned. So we had some discussions about park upgrades and which parks were on the list and how much money there was available in the placeholders. So there's actually $300,000 a year available in years 2 to 5 that hasn't been allocated yet. And so that could be used for standards and accessibility in the parks that we had discussed putting back in the capital plan, but with no amounts attached to it, but there are these placeholder monies for things like Maliga Lake, Oxnard's Beach, Pine Grove, and Sherbrooke Lake, which will be discussed after the whole park criteria is presented. So we're going to add those as line items in your capital budget under those accessibility and standard placeholders, so that just to make sure that they don't get lost.
Councillor Oikel. Is this where I would talk about the vault toilets? Yeah. Okay, so I realize that Mush doesn't fall within my district. However, as a modal councillor, I do feel also responsible to respond and consider projects within any part of modal. And I had spoken of the construction of the vault toilets at Mush at our capital budget council meeting last Thursday evening, and I gained an understanding that rather than put the toilets in, we will be doing a public consultation to find out about the amenities that the public would like to see at the beach. However, I've thought about it over the weekend, and I have further insight into this washroom situation. So I know that the present position of the vault of the toilets is not accessible, that was said, and our staff plan to move them. However, does not, and I could be wrong, but does not the Department of Environment tell us where they should go? Do they not tell us where toilets should be positioned?
No, disposal bin.
Yeah, it's a vault.
Oh, okay, so
So-
they're not going to tell us the proper place.
So there may be limitations and restrictions on how close we can be to the lake, but they don't tell us where we put them.
Okay, so good, because that's what because I was thinking if they're going to tell us where we have to put them, well, it may be exactly where they are right now, right? So that was, okay, great. That's more insight I needed to have as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that information.
Okay, so actually, to build on that, so we do have public consultation placed in year 2 for Mush Park. And we were asked about the implications of doing the entire Saw Pit Park in one fiscal year. And one of the things I think that we've noted as we've moved forward in this budget process is that, staff budget the projects based on capacity. So if some projects get moved forward, other ones would have to move off. And that's just a reminder that, so we did budget for Saw Pit to go over a few years just based on capacity to get the project done and do it right.
We don't have a final costing on what that project is yet. Okay.
No, that is, you're correct, Your Worship. We're going for engineering design this year to get real cost figures so we can inform the capital budget going forward. But staff just made an estimate, I believe, and the recreation director is here to speak to that.
Yes, when we had our concept plan, we asked for Class D budgets. So that's based on the concept. So we do have some rough idea. The engineering plans would bring us to that Class A, more tender ready, that would give us more accurate costs than the Class D. But what's been budgeted over the 4 years is, I did allow some percentages because it was a Class D budget of increase, but I did use that Class D budget to put to develop the budget with estimated cost.
Just remind me of what that number is. Was it 1.5?
No, I think
No.
it's more like closer to 3 million. Yeah. 3 point something, I think. Budgeted for 4 million, knowing that it's likely going to be more than the 3 point something because it was based on Class D budgets, and that was done last year. And with most things, cost increase.
Councillor Vino.
When I brought this up last week, my reasonings, I think at that time, and still are, is that as years go by, costs continue to go up, and if we could lock in a price next year and build it to that price, it would be cost savings in the long run, and also to complete a project, get something done, hard, concrete, and then we move on to the next, and no matter whose district that is, get that done and go from there as opposed to spreading it out. But do we need to make a decision on that at this time? I didn't think so. So we can worry about that at the next budget. Okay.
We'll be in a place then that we have the engineer's numbers, which will be more accurate than what we have right now. Other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So we can move on. So there were some questions about the Recreation Tourism Events Vehicle, which is required for the mobile VIC. Statistics from the tourism pop events will be shared with council at a later date. So we know that that vehicle could be used by the Recreation Department when equipment needs to be moved, and it can be shared with other departments in the off-season.
I do have a question on that. We don't really have a good, this council doesn't have a good sense of the value or evaluation of that approach with the moving tourism activity. So if we approve this, is it contingent on us reviewing that evaluation? Or can we make it contingent on the review?
I guess my comment would be we're getting into the tourism season and we would be planning ahead to do the pop-up and continue to do the visitor information services like we have for the last 2 years. It definitely, in my opinion, is a need in order to deliver this service, and we have other needs. The reason for the new vehicle is warranty, lower maintenance costs. We anticipate to be owning this vehicle, 10 to 12 years. I did do a I did call around rentals. I know that was a question that was asked two meetings ago. It would be about $15,000 to rent. We would have a year. We would have to spend at least $10,000 in the rental in order to have a business account. So if we were looking at a vehicle that might cost $50,000, $15,000 a year, that would be about you'd have that paid off in about 3.3 years. And if you looked at 85, I think you'd have it paid off in about 5.6 years. I'm going by memory now, but it is written in my notes. So I want to share that information as well because I believe that was a question that was raised.
I just wonder, without us having seen that evaluation, like making a commitment to this might be the year to rent for a year while we get the evaluation in place and figure out, have a look at it. Because now we've done it. Will this be the third year?
Third year, and Ruth did make a presentation last year, and is prepared to make another presentation probably at the end of this month or first part of April because we was waiting to go through the budget process.
Any thoughts? Anyone? Councillor Wyckoff.
Because it's in the budget, does that mean we have to do it?
When, through to the chair, when you approve the year one budget, staff will move on the year one budget unless you put caveats to things like center school, for example. We said we wouldn't even consider going forward unless we had a grant, for example.
So I'm just wondering if we could put a caveat on this, as the mayor suggested, that the vehicle doesn't get bought until we evaluate the information. It's just a suggestion.
I guess I just reiterate that we will need a vehicle, whether it's renting a vehicle, borrowing a vehicle from another department like we did last year, which was not really adequate for our purposes. So one way or the other, if we want to continue to offer these services, staff do not personally have a truck that would accommodate. We were fortunate, as I had stated before, we had a member on staff that did use her personal vehicle, and I will comment that we constantly, recreation staff, use their personal vehicles all the time to go to programs year-round. We don't have the ability to utilize municipal vehicles to do that, so they are putting kilometers on their own personal vehicle, and our programmer is probably one of those prime examples. Often, throwing things in their vehicles that perhaps shouldn't probably go in there, but they do that because they're dedicated. They're dedicated employees in delivering recreation services. So even though it's being delivered as a tourism pop-up vehicle, it definitely could get used year-round. We transport canoes with our new wheelchairs and trailer. We're often transporting that for programs as well. We have a number of events. I was talking with the CAO. If this one wasn't an electric vehicle, we'd probably need to do some switching of vehicles from time to time, but that wouldn't leave departments without a truck. We often use the electric vehicle for a number of our events. When you go down to the Family Fun Day, we're not using a generator for our PA system. We're using that electric vehicle. When we do parades, we are not putting a generator. We are using that electric vehicle. So right now, we do have to often beg, borrow, and steal, to try to be honest, to make sure that we deliver on those programs.
Councillor Vino.
I see this no different really than the building department providing a service. Recreation department is providing a service, and I would assume still submit mileage for everything that they put in. So whether we're paying it out in mileage, it makes sense to have this, and I'm very surprised you've gone this long without one. So I would like to see this kept in.
Any other comments? Because this is going to come back. Councillor Burns.
I was just going to say that around the table, the one area that all of us could agree that we could go back to residents on spending money on is recreation. We all see it. I have a different perspective because I often try and cart my kids to different recreation events. I see them as a godsend, but I think that there are a lot of residents that see them just as a good, positive thing that we're doing. If we're debating where to spend money, like I think supporting the recreation department is something that we could all go back to residents and say we made this choice, and that it was a good choice with the information we had at the time. There may be a business case for renting versus buying, but I really don't know if it's worth putting off in this case, because we've all agreed that recreation is an area where we're able to spend the money. So in this one, I would say, especially because it's an asset that can then be redeployed internally elsewhere if we need it later. For me, buying the truck is buying the truck.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, we'll move on.
Yes, I think the last thing, and actually in the updates is the monument at the Hillside Cemetery, which we had, I think we told council that we would, information would be verified by the Genealogical Society, and the families would be contacted to gauge interest.
Councillor DeLong, you're still online, and if there's anything, because we're at basically on the last page, so if there's anything you want to add?
Well, if now's my moment, yeah, I would actually like to bring up dry hydrants again. Yeah, I feel like we haven't really finalized where we're going to go with this. And I think that given that we now have a surplus in the operating budget, we could add dry hydrants as a means to support our fire departments, repairing existing dry hydrants, installing new ones where needed. It could be a grant program. This action has been part of our climate action plan since it was adopted in 2022. And fire department representatives have been asking for this support. So I've told them that it was in the work plan, but I'm not seeing it anywhere here in either budget. So it's still in the LCAP. What year is it for?
I think, was this not one of our 30 items that we were going to look at having the fire committee look at and come with more of a regional approach to this?
Has a list of those 31 items been sent to council?
Not yet, no.
Okay. Okay.
I mentioned earlier that Tom and Alex and I will review the list. I to just sort of look at from a council perspective what is a reasonable time to deal with it. Some of them, some of the items can be sent directly, I think, to committee to start to consider and work from there. But we'll be looking at that shortly, that list.
Good, thank you.
Alex, did you want to speak to this?
Simply to say that the Fire and Emergency Services Committee would need to have some discussion. So we anticipate conversation about policy or a grant in this fiscal year, and then we would see funds for it in next fiscal year, similar to what we're working on, for example, for the training strategy.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
From me specifically,
Yeah.
sorry?
Yeah,
No.
well, I'm going to go to Councillor Burns and then I'll come back to you.
I don't have my hand up. I'm okay. Thanks.
Last week I asked too much, but I would ask for a quick straw poll. There's about roughly 10K for Pine Grove Park that's earmarked that can really only go to Pine Grove Park. And if later on I was going to ask for anything, I would ask if we just reflect that 10K earmarked for Pine Grove Park in the capital budget this year, so that there is something in the budget to follow up on the report. That's going to come later in the spring, early summer. It's only the money. I don't know the exact number in my head, so otherwise I would tell you. But just the money that's only earmarked for Pine Grove Park, rather than just like have it sort of reflected in the capital budget. Straw poll on that.
And, thank you. I believe the amount is $10,625. So that's off the top of my head. So it is showing up in our budget as a reserve. So it's already referenced there, although there's no plan or build associated with it. No, yeah, so it's already showing in the reserve slide, or the reserve portion of our budget.
Okay, then I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak on the budget today? Nope, okay. We will move on. We'll move to 11.2.2, which is the levy on private road maintenance charge at Hermans Point Homeowners Association. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you. A request has been received from the Hermans Point Homeowners Association under our private roads maintenance bylaw. So this, they're requesting that the municipality collect a levy in their identified charge area. The maintenance budget has been submitted. It will work out to a uniform charge of $500 per lot, with property owners of multiple lots receiving half the charge per lot. When we set these up, the municipality does take a 5% administration fee is applied. So this would be, and you've seen this as $7,500 in the budget, and $7,900 as the revenue side of the budget. The petition that was submitted had 75% of the lot owners in favor of that. Prior to us collecting the charges, the association has to enter into an agreement with the municipality. That agreement draft is attached. It makes it clear that the association is responsible for performing or contracting the work. It indemnifies the municipality from liability or responsibility for doing the work. So all we're doing is collecting the fees. We are not doing any work on the private road itself. That agreement also outlines the method of charge. The request satisfies the requirements of the private road bylaw, and as a result, municipal council is required to review this request for approval. The draft agreement is attached and is currently being reviewed by the solicitor, and if council wishes to proceed, there is a motion as part of your agenda package.
Would someone put the motion on the floor, and then we can have a discussion on it or any questions that might relate to it? It doesn't matter. Anyone can put this on the floor. Councillor Smith.
To Mayor McLean-Weil and members of council, I move that municipal council levy a maintenance charge within the charge area identified by the Hermans Point Homeowners Association as follows. A uniform amount per lot. Property owners owning more than one lot are to receive half rate for each lot, with the 2025-26 charge being set at $500 full rate, $250 half rate, subject to an agreement being entered into between the municipality and the Hermans Point Homeowners Association that satisfies the requirements of Section 9 of the Private Roads Bylaw.
May I second that?
Seconded by Councillor DeLong. Is there questions or discussion on this? All those in favor of the motion as presented signify by raising their hands. Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. All right, we do have a couple more items. Councillor DeLong, I'm sorry. MJSB, do we have a report? Councillor Oikel.
Thank you. So this is from our February 26th, 25 meeting. Strategic priorities of 2024-25 are moving along. Alternate board member policy was reviewed. The role of alternate board member was defined and adopted by the board as follows. Section 5.1 of the MJSB agreement specifies that the board shall be governed by a board of directors which shall consist of 3 members and an alternate from each of the member units. Alternate board members will adhere to the same expectations as regular board members. Alternate board members must act in the best interest of the MJSB and the municipalities it serves. Alternate board members are provided with the same access to relevant materials. Alternate board members are expected to stay informed on board matters by reviewing meeting agendas, minutes, and relevant documents. When attending a board meeting to replace a regular board member due to their temporary absence, the alternate board member participates fully, including attending the in-camera portion of the meeting and voting on any decisions. To promote to promote some words I have a hard time saying. Continuity of decision-making, as well as board members' development. Alternate board members may attend regular and in-camera board meetings, special meetings, orientation, and/or strategic planning sessions. This is new information. When attending regular, in-camera, or special meetings, unless designated by the participating municipality to represent the municipality in place of an absent regular member, the alternate board member will observe the meeting and shall not participate in the discussion or vote. When attending informal sessions such as orientation or strategic planning, the alternate board member is encouraged to participate fully in the discussion. The length of term will be decided by each partner municipality, but may not be less than a year or more than 4 years. Tipping fees. The municipality of the District of Lunenburg has been approached by the Riverport Fire Department about removing the tipping fees for brush during the fire season, March the 15th to October 15th. Modl already covers the tipping fees for fire departments and would like to expand that to residents. At the January 22nd, 2025 MJSB board meeting, the board passed a motion to direct staff to access the operational financial impacts of waiving tipping fees on brush as a fire smart measure and return to the board with recommendations. Enabling residential brush tipping fees will be waived would introduce some operational complexities to ensure that the municipality is only covering the cost of brush disposal and not other clean wood materials such as untreated lumber. This includes creating a new code to bill for brush and increasing inspections of brush loads to ensure compliancy. Increasing inspections of brush loads will ensure that only brush and not wood is able to be delivered free of charge. This will ensure that waiving brush tipping fees does not create an incentive for residents to remove trees from their property. The municipal fee would be $55 per metric ton. Each partner municipality will bring it to their councils as part of a discussion and/or budget. EPR for PPP. EPR is extended producer responsibility, and PPP is packaging paper products and packaging-like products. Divert Nova Scotia will administer the program on behalf of the province. The Producer Responsibility Organization has been named to represent the producers. Circular Materials will be the responsible organization for Nova Scotia and work with Divert Nova Scotia to implement the EPR. Board approval for rolling door supply and installation to GM Johnson Equipment to supply and install of 3 steel rolling doors in the compost tipping floor. The board approved Northern Cumberland for septic treatment for 1 year. The board awarded the MJSB General Insurance to Arthur J. Gallagher. The board awarded the MJSB Cyber Security Insurance portion to BFL. And this is my report.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up on the tipping fees related to brush, we have received that request, and it will come forward on a meeting, and we do have it in the budget as well, so it's working its way through the system. Councillor DeLong, would you like to make a report on Region 6?
Certainly. Thank you very much. So at the most recent Region 6 meeting, we received training on a waste sorting video made by Region 6 to assist with persistent issues of missorted waste in West Hants. This is apparently an option for any municipal unit if they would like a similar video produced for a specific waste issue in their area. We had yet another large discussion on improperly disposed needles or sharps. This has been an issue that has been being discussed at Region 6 for longer than I've been on the committee, with sharps ending up where they don't belong in our waste stream. There was one story that was reported on about a diabetic who was shocked to learn that they had been improperly disposing of their sharps for over 20 years. But the real issue is recreational drug users and where we end up finding those sharps out in our community. The committee, in hopes of utilizing a pre-existing and attention-grabbing awareness campaign, so as not to, so as not to spend extra money and also to make use of money that has already been pre-spent, has been promoting the, and I'm saying this referring to sharps rather than anatomical reference, promoting the Don't Be a Prick campaign, which has that name intentionally to grab people's attention. Several of the sharps awareness ads were shown to Region 6, and if anybody on council wishes to view them, they can be seen at www.don'tbeaprick.org. What else? Discussion related to the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia working with regional staff to create updated promotional materials and a postcard for pharmacy customers was also had. And Divert Nova Scotia has agreed to print these. Let me see. So we had an update on the negotiations with circular materials, but I think that council is about to receive that update. So I think I'll just leave my report there for the moment. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor DeLong? Deputy Mayor Bino.
I did have just a quick question actually for Councillor DeLong, if you don't mind. With you mentioned about needle disposal, and I'm thinking of diabetics especially. Is there anything that Region 6 does with businesses to promote receptacles in public washrooms for disposal? As somebody who's a diabetic, sometimes I have to wrap and take home because there's no proper way to dispose of those. Just curious.
Yeah, absolutely. So that actually was discussed at the most recent meeting, and what we decided was that promotion through any municipal units would definitely be appreciated and outreach to the business community. But it would probably be through the same kind of public awareness materials that are being generated for the Pharmacy Association. So it was also noted that South Shore Open Doors Association, or SODA, has been doing some work on sharp awareness with their clients. Did that answer your question? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I was just curious if that's ever come up, so I'm glad it's on the radar.
Okay. Excellent, thanks.
And I'll continue with my deputy mayor update. It's been a very busy 2 weeks. We had the Pine Grove Public Information Session, which was very well attended. I attended an NSFM board meeting. Council did some public engagement training, attended the Food Hub engagement session with the same theme, very well attended. And I just wanted to say that I was very surprisingly shocked just how many producers, suppliers, buyers are out there in Modal and in Lunenburg County in general, and it's really opened up my mind on what a good initiative this is, and there is a want for that. I also attended the National Para Hockey event announcement at the LCLC on behalf of the mayor and council. This event runs May 15th to 18th at the LCLC. You can follow them along on Facebook at National Para Hockey Championship 2025, and they will be looking for volunteers to help in the success of that program. Also attended cluster development public information sessions and regular meetings of finance, council, special council, and agenda briefings. And I also wanted to add that while I get the platform to share these, most of these events I attend with several councillors, all councillors around the table. It's not just myself that is going to these. So it's good that we have such a strong attendance at all of these events around the table. Thank you.
Thank you. The last, to my report, the last couple of weeks, although we remind each other that the last few months have been really busy. And so I know that there's a bit of fatigue around the table, and I just want to assure people that it is really appreciated, your level of engagement as councillors and your commitment to the work we're trying to do, and to do it well, and to do it with our residents in mind. So I think it's important. I recognize that we've been asking a lot of each other, and I thank you for that. The Food Hub meeting, as Deputy Mayor Vino has alluded to, was very well attended. Clearly, the interest in supporting further development of food-producing sector of our community does exist. Many of the people in the room were the consumers, and whereas the number of producers was small, I think I knew a lot of the producers who were there, and really the number of eaters versus those producers way outnumbered the producers. So I think we have to think about that in terms of the capacity of our community as to what can actually be done here. We have a large number of what I consider to be small farms that are producing now for farmers market. We have probably, I could say, 15 to 18 large farms that would be supporting a number of families. In many cases, it's at least 2, maybe 3 families. And they're primarily, many of them are in the poultry sector. The smaller farms that a lot were represented at the Food Hub meeting, and some of them may want to grow in size, but I think those are all things that we have to consider as we move forward. There were producers in attendance that were from outside the area, from Queens County, and from as far away as Digby County. So sometimes the idea of how we can bring farmers together to work together is really what maybe is needed in this region more than what we realize. I look forward to receiving the report on the Food Hub and assessing the viability of our municipal involvement and how this research can be most effectively used by us or others in our community. The Pine Grove Park meeting was well attended and well appreciated by the residents living in the area along with the users of the park. The format for the event garnered a lot of useful information, which will come back to council. It was very evident that most did not favor selling the land. Rather, the general consensus seemed to be that this needed to be maintained as green space. Given all the developments that are underway or proposed for this area, council should ensure we have adequate green space to support our growth in the years to come. I met with Peter McGinnis of Blue Lantern Shellfish. Peter and his business partner are working on the development of a sustainable scallop farm in Mahone Bay. They are beginning their public communication and consultations with the expectation they are probably 5 to 8 years away from startup. The lengthy process for licensing provisions from the government are very difficult, and it's very difficult to get a timeline associated with when those approvals might happen. I attended the Cluster Development Public Information Meeting along with a number of councillors. I met with David Mitchell, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Ray Bonneville, and their executive director, Jennifer Nogler. They have an interest in advocating for improved cell phone service, which aligns with the work that we are attempting to undertake in the next year. I attended the public consultation on the non-market housing needs of the area, and this was led by a consulting firm working on behalf of Balsam Care. Within 2 years, the facility at Dayspring will be empty, and the board of directors are considering alternative uses for the property and the facility itself. The needs assessment is an important step in the process, and the board is very unclear as to what they are proposing for the site, but the work does align with our interest in a housing strategy and the need for non-market housing in the county. And I should say there were a number of staff members present for that consultation as well. I met with Kay Skinner regarding the creation of an anti-hate mural project to be erected along Highway 103, and she met with me to convey information about the project and how it's just getting started. On International Women's Day, I participated on a panel with Susan Corkum-Greek, Becky Druin, and Suzanne Lonis-Croft. I outlined the steps modl was taking to follow up on the declaration of gender-based violence as an epidemic, which was proclaimed in December of 2023. This included the presentation made by Be the Peace Institute and the work our staff are currently doing to prepare a report for Council to consider actions that we will take as we go forward. And I also attended the launch of the 55+ games, which I think we're aware is coming to the community. There is a need for volunteers, so anyone who's listening to this or anyone around the table who has some spare time, which I know is limited with us, they're certainly looking for volunteers. So we look forward to that activity in September. So that concludes my report, and I think don't think we have any further agenda items, so I will declare the meeting concluded. No? Yes, we do need a motion to go in camera, and then we will declare the meeting. No. Okay. Could we have a motion, please? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Vino, seconded by Councillor Burns to move in camera.